indigenous elders who have traveled, inhabited, and stewarded these mountains, hills, and plains throughout generations. May the acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of inequity of the Native and all historically oppressed peoples, and recognize their current and future contributions to the district as we move forward. I'll now call the roll. Treasurer Banker.
Present.
Director Busick.
Here.
Director Catlin.
Here.
Director Chandler.
Present.
Director Geisinger.
Here.
Director Gutschenritter.
Here.
Director Guzman.
Present.
Director Harwick.
I'm here.
Director Larson.
Here.
Secretary Nicholson.
Present.
First Vice Chair O'Keefe.
Here.
Director Pagliari.
Present.
Director Ruscia.
I am present.
Second Vice Chair Whitmore.
Present.
Excellent. We have 15 present, 0 absent, and we do have a quorum. All right. I will note that due to significant public interest, we anticipate a number of items. The Executive Committee adjusted our agenda, and for this evening, to ensure the board debate and vote on a number of items will occur earlier in the evening than normal. These items will include the collective bargaining agreement with ATU 1001, the honorary naming of Civic Center Station, and the Access on Demand program modifications. These items will be taken up shortly after our public comment period ends. I'll now move forward to the retiree awards. There are no retiree awards for this evening. The third quarter retiree awards will be announced at the September 30th Board of Directors meeting. Next, we're moving forward to our public participation, which will be open to anyone who would like to address the board. As we have both in-person and remote attendees, in-person will go first, followed by those who are participating remotely. For those attending in person, please come up to the podium when your name is called. If you've not already done so, signed up to speak, and would like to do so, please approach the podium when I call for any additional speakers. For those attendees who are attending virtually, if you wish to speak and have not already done so, please make sure that you raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Staff will unmute you when it is your turn to speak if you're dialed in. Please make sure you're pressing *6 to toggle your mute settings. Please also bear in mind that by participating in this process, you are being recorded. If you do not wish to be recorded, then your comments will have to be submitted via writing. If a speaker has documentation or reference materials for the board, or if any member of the public would like to submit written comments, please email those materials to the board office at rtd.directors@rtd-denver.com. During this time, the board will not offer any direct comments or responses. However, if you'd like to be contacted regarding your public comment, please email the RTD board office at rtd.directors@rtd-denver.com. Speakers should begin their remarks by stating their names and will have up to 3 minutes to provide their comments. Our first speaker of the evening is going to be Maria Richani.
The proper pronunciation of my name is Maria Richani. I normally would be in an electric wheelchair. I never left home without it. And so I've been a member of Accessoride since about 1995. I'm a lifetime member. We're going to talk about the AOD, Access on Demand. This is a program until my chair broke down, and I will be without it for a total of 6 weeks, that I didn't even think I qualified for. And so what I want to focus on is not necessarily, I know you guys want to increase the fares, but maybe you should increase the knowledge that these services are available to us. Because more availability, more people using the program, and more cash flow, from what I understand. So what I want to focus on is, first of all, I don't like computers. I had someone help me. But not everybody who has disabilities is able to ask for help. And I got my help from the mental health center. And I didn't know that even with my wheelchair, I knew about the program, but I thought I was exempt because I always used my wheelchair. But for example, today, I used Access-a-Ride to get me to my doctor's appointment. From there, I used Access on Demand Lift to get me to the mental health center. And to get here, I used public transportation. And then I took the mall ride to Blake because I couldn't walk anymore. But the problem really isn't to raise the fares. I don't know, even if it was considered, just that more people know. I'm literally 2 weeks into knowing. So please, before you raise the fares, which will make it inaccessible for us financially, think about it, adding $13.50 to everything you do, because you have to get there and you have to get back. That's a lot of money. And some of us are not paying anything out of pocket, just anything over $24. So yeah, a short ride to you who are able-bodied, or even with people with mental health and intellectual health issues, this will limit access, and no one wants to be trapped at home. And thank you very much. I have 5 seconds left. I thank you and appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments, Maria. Our next speaker is former Director Jamie Lewis.
Good evening, directors. My name is Jamie Lewis, and I'm the Transit Advisor for the Colorado Cross Disability Coalition. First of all, congratulations on the collective bargaining agreement. We believe a well-paid driver is a happy driver, and a happy driver is a productive driver. So thank you so much for that agenda item tonight, and hopefully you guys will put a bow on that. Second issue on the agenda tonight, there is a request for $3.5 million for a comprehensive operation analysis. However, when I read the notes on that, it's for rail and bus only. I do not see anything concerning paratransit. I think this is a grave oversight. RTD is kind of like a three-legged stool. You have rail, you have bus, and you have paratransit, and they all need to have the same attention, a comprehensive operation and analysis, and hopefully that will cut down on some of the confusion that we've had for the last 2 years. Concerning your AOD decisions tonight, I just ask that you do not strip the components of it that's made it so popular and keep a price that might actually outprice people from using it. The old expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's a lot of issues that we have not addressed concerning access on demand, including we've never considered a monthly pass. We have not considered how to deal with Medicaid waivers. And we've never really talked about maybe contracting some of this stuff out for the waves to companies like VIA. So I think there's a lot more work to be done, and I would really like to see a working group of the board of directors put together maybe by this fall to address these remaining issues. And lastly, I am so proud of the people that showed up today. I think Wade Blank would have been very, very proud. 44 people showed up today to express their concerns about AOD and to communicate with you. So I hope you hear them, and I hope you saw them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jamie. Our next speaker is Mary Henick.
Come on. It was. My name is Mary Henick. I'm a disability advocate. Thank you for having me here tonight. We can celebrate 35 years of ADA because a lot of progress has been made, particularly for those who use wheelchairs. My son used a combination of wheelchairs and walkers for the first 15 years of his life. I appreciate all that was done before he was even born that allowed him to go places that others couldn't before ADA was passed. It's not perfect yet, and we continue to advocate for making life more accessible for wheelchair users. However, ADA has not kept up. Its policies are outdated and limiting if all you're doing is trying to meet the minimum requirements. And that is exactly what RTD is trying to do. You're trying to reduce services to the bare minimum standards established decades ago. Why? The ADA is heavily focused on wheelchair accessibility, but there are many more barriers to using public transportation for those who are blind, have autism, intellectual disabilities, and other challenges. Different disabilities have different needs. Unfortunately, RTD doesn't seem to recognize this. So many of us, hundreds and hundreds, have spoken individually here and through feedback sessions, but we're still not being heard. This feedback has never been summarized, analyzed, or presented in any meaningful way. Isn't that the purpose of soliciting feedback? RTDs just check in a box to say they did it, and that is not okay. You need to be aware that tonight you may be hearing an amendment from the board chair that represents limited interests within the disability community. This amendment, if passed, would be devastating to so many of our AOD riders. RTD has failed to gather a representative group of voices to understand the riders that you're about to do something really crappy to. Here are the facts. AOD is fully funded through 2025. In fact, the 2025 cost projection of $15.3 million comes in under budget by $500,000 and matches 2024 actual costs of $15.3 million, resulting in 0% growth. Look at the numbers, do the math, and continue to provide services for disabled riders in the most cost-effective manner, which is AOD. You must vote no on this crappy AOD proposal. Furthermore, Dr. Rushin knows more than anyone here about paratransit. You need to restore her position on OSS and remove all sanctions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mary. Our next speaker is Michael Cummings.
I'm Michael Cummings. I'm a writer and a political scientist, and I just want to reflect on a couple of problems in our democracy that are relevant here tonight that continue to be very upsetting to me. Number one is the grossly unrepresentative nature of the bodies that govern us. This is a problem with our politics, with our government, with our public policy, but 20 to 25% of Americans have a qualifying disability, and we have, as I've counted it, one member of this board who has a qualifying disability. So 93% do not, and that is just an example, and there are hundreds of such examples of the unrepresentative nature of our governing bodies. The second thing that continues to bother me a lot is just at all levels of our government, local, state, and national, we have negligent and even cruel policies. And as I look at this proposed backing off from access on demand, cutting it by over a third, and in effect making it unaffordable for some people, this can actually be a matter of life and death. And I just hate to see us here in the wonderful city of Denver, Colorado, be another example, kind of the epitome even, of an unrepresentative board, unrepresentative with respect to people with disabilities, and willing to consider what I regard as a cruel dereliction of duty in terms of promoting the public good. So I just hope that people will think about this, members of the board will think about this seriously. And, I've looked at the data. It doesn't seem to make sense. It's going to move people from, access on demand to Access-a-Ride. Access-a-Ride is considerably more expensive per ride than Access on Demand. Access on Demand is way more flexible and it works for many more people. That's why it's extremely popular. So I just hope there are people on the board that will consider or reconsider if they were thinking that maybe this needs to happen. I mean, it's, you know, a few $1 million out of a budget of $1.2 billion. It doesn't seem to be necessary, and there seem to be some other ways that costs could be spared. It is under budget, and I think that it's something that we don't need this proposal. I think it would be a cruel act by the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Our next speaker is Kristen H. Kristen.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kristen Heiser, and I'm the Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance, the independent housing authority serving Broomfield. I'm here to urge you to protect the Access on Demand program and to expand eligibility for accessorides so that it reaches more of Broomfield, especially our neighbors with disabilities. I am speaking about Broomfield, but I think this is across our region, what I'll be sharing. This is experienced by so many of our neighbors. Access to transportation isn't just about mobility, it's about opportunity, equity, and inclusion. For low-income residents, older adults, and people with disabilities, reliable transit is essential to fully participating in community life, whether it's holding a job, attending a day program, seeing a doctor, or simply visiting a park or family member. Yet most of Broomfield residents, including our 2,000 neighbors living with disabilities, are not eligible for Access-a-Ride because there is no fixed route RTD services in Central Broomfield. FlexRide helps locally, but it doesn't connect to the surrounding communities where many of their services are located. This issue is becoming more urgent to our community. In late 2026, BHA will be opening the Grove at Cottonwood. It's a neuro-inclusive community designed for individuals with developmental and intellectual and developmental disabilities. We intentionally designed the Grove to be in the heart of Broomfield. It is designed to facilitate access, inclusion, and integrate into the broader community. We want our future residents to be able to access jobs, programs, community events, really whatever their heart's desires to participate in community. But to do this, we need consistent regional transit. And we must take the action. We ask you to take the action that is necessary to make this happen. We urge RTD to address this in one of two ways: add a fixed route service through Central Broomfield, or expand or waive the 3/4 mile eligibility boundary. Fewer than 10% of people with IDD drive. Their lives, like everyone, cross city boundaries. Their transportation options must too. Let's ensure everyone, regardless of income, age, or ability, can connect to the places and lives that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Kristen. Our next speaker is Gina Kufall.
Good evening. My name is Gina Kufall. I'm the parent of an adult son that has intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm also the founder and CEO of Friends of Broomfield, and we are a service agency serving almost 200 individuals through our day residential, supported employment, social, travel, and behavioral services. We have a supported employment program that's quite successful. 99% of our participants in that program work in the community. 90% of them use some sort of paratransit in order to get to work, mostly Access on Demand and Access-a-Ride. Over 30% of our day program participants use some sort of paratransit, again, Access on Demand and Access-a-Ride, to and from program on a daily basis. Almost 50% of our social program attendees use paratransit to get to and from those social activities in our community. Increasing fares and scaling back Access on Demand increases riders on the Access-a-Ride system and complicates an already chaotic system. We serve a vulnerable population who are working towards independence. And as it's been said, having transportation breaks down barriers to community. Increasing the costs and limiting options and service routes for vulnerable populations takes away their independence, access to healthcare, inclusion, and community social activity, and in some cases creates isolation and undue burdens on aging caregivers. At our agency alone, and I have many colleagues who share these same issues. Our riders have been dropped off hours too early, picked up hours late, rides have been canceled without notice, services and appointments have been missed, and we've even had the case where two people in the same host home have been put on separate routes to be picked up and taken home. Many times, there's no transfer of supervision for the adults that are dropped off. We're constantly taking people home and picking people up in our own cars on our own time. You should invest. You shouldn't be cutting dollars. You should be investing dollars to fix some of these issues for an incredibly critical but clearly messed up system. It's clear that some of you that are leading the campaign for increased costs and limited services in transportation areas that serve vulnerable populations haven't experienced what it's like to have to depend on public transportation in every aspect of your life. You have the power and you should do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Suzanne Ek. Suzanne.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for hearing me speak. My name is Suzanne Ek, and I'm a resident of Broomfield and a parent advocate of a disabled adult. I am concerned not only with the proposed changes to Access on Demand for the entire disabled population in the RTD service area, but also the current lack of access ride available to all eligible Broomfield residents. According to RTD, AAR serves an area of 2,342 square miles. As evident on the access ride boundary map, Broomfield is one of the few urban areas where a large portion of their citizens are excluded from access ride services. Approximately 10 square miles in the central and eastern portion of Broomfield are not within the boundary. That 10 square miles equals 0.009 or 9/1000ths of the AAR boundary area. I don't see how including 10 square miles of Broomfield can affect RTD's bottom line, but it most certainly will improve the lives of the IDD community in Broomfield. Please remember that the ADD mandate is 3/4 of a mile is the minimum required, not the maximum allowed. AOD, without the AAR boundary requirement, provided a solution for my friends and neighbors to be independent and travel outside of Broomfield for their jobs, medical appointments, or visit family and friends in neighboring communities. Your own data shows that 5% of the 2024 AOD trips were outside the ADA minimum 3/4 mandated area. There is a need. Your proposed going back to the minimum mandated boundary will disconnect and negatively impact the lives of hundreds of disabled individuals who have used AOD this past year. The implementation of AOD was a popular option for the disabled population in the Denver metro area. RTD data shared at the May 25th board meeting shows that more riders chose AOD over AAR, and that AOD is significantly more cost-effective per trip than Access-a-Ride, saving RTD $84 per trip. AOD is a financial success for RTD, yet RTD proposes to add a charge of $6.50 for each one-way fare. This places a financial burden on a population who has very limited resources. We aren't asking for a free ride, we are asking for a fair ride. RTD's mission statement is to make lives better through connections, and one of RTD's priorities states that we are dedicated to serve the public and meet the transit needs for our riders and communities. The AOD program reflects your priority to serve the disabled community, but the current proposed changes to this popular, successfully financial, and community-connected transport program will have a negative impact for the disabled population in the Denver metro area.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
very
comments,
much.
Suzanne. Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Gonzalez.
Hello, my name's Corey. I'm the mom and a caregiver of my 32-year-old daughter who has an intellectual and developmental disability. I'm writing to urge RTD to keep the current access on demand service without modification. AOD has been a safety net for my daughter when Access-a-Ride fails to provide timely service or she needs same-day transportation. I want you all to change places with me for a minute. I want you to imagine you're the parent of my daughter, and she has the opportunity to move to a planned community that will provide the support she needs for her to live independently. But you overhear a couple of other parents talking about a situation where there's not access because the planned community is outside the 3/4 mile boundary. This isn't something that you've thought about because you live in the metro area. You do some research and you see that they're correct, and you find that Central Broomfield, the town your daughter was born and raised in and has lived in her whole life, doesn't have RTD service at the location of the Grove. It's at 14th and Cottonwood where these apartments are being built. So you give up hope, but then you pull your bootstraps up and you search for solutions to another obstacle, because that's what you've done your entire life. Then you remember there's access on demand. Your dreams of a safe and secure environment for your daughter have been answered, and she'll be able to move to the Grove, and you'll be at peace knowing once you're no longer alive, your daughter will have a safe place to call home that will provide the additional supports that she needs. With AOD, my daughter can now travel to her chiropractor for same-day appointments. She can make last-minute plans to get together with a friend. She can get to work close to on time when Access-a-Ride fails to show up during her pickup window. In fact, just this last week, half of her scheduled pickup window, her pickups were past her pickup window, and the other half, the driver went to the wrong location. If the proposed changes take place, an entire area of Central Broomfield is now inaccessible for those who rely on Access on Demand program they qualify for because they qualify for Access-a-Ride. My daughter needs Access-a-Ride and AOD because her work and her doctor and her dentist are outside the Broomfield area, making FlexRide not an option. The solution to this problem faced by my daughter and many others like her is to establish a fixed route RTD service through Central Broomfield, expand or waive the 3/4 mile boundary requirement for Access-a-Ride, and keep AOD as it is, because it gives those who need it an opportunity to have freedoms many of us take for granted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Earl Lee.
Hello, my name is Earl Lee. Thank you for letting me speak here tonight. I, like many people here, am very concerned about the changes that everyone is considering on AOD. I believe initially AOD was implemented to resolve some of the issues with Access-a-Ride, and I don't believe that those issues have been resolved yet. So by taking away AOD or making it more like Access-a-Ride, you're only making more of a problem. For those of us who use programs like Access-a-Ride and Access on Demand, these are programs that are very important to us. When we set a time and say we need to be someplace by a particular time, that's a hard time for us. And with Access-a-Ride, that appears to be a soft time for them. They don't understand, you know, that it's important that we get there by that time. I had a situation just last week where I needed to be someplace by 9, and the dispatcher told the driver, "Oh, don't worry if he's not going to be there by 9. It's not important." So that tells me that Access-a-Ride has no concern for me as a passenger. So I think that number one, Access-a-Ride needs to be reviewed. I think that program is not working properly. It can be working better. And I think that Access on Demand needs to be a true supplement to access a ride. And I think the extended work area is important. I think the cost needs to be equal to access a ride. And I think that we could make access on demand a pioneer program. So when we celebrate ADA on Friday of this week, we can say RTD in Denver has championed another program for the disability community.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Collins. Thank you. Our next speaker is Pippi Adams.
Hi, I'm Pippi Adams, and I want to speak about being a mom. I came to Colorado and I adopted my daughter as a single mom and came from a very small town in Kansas so that I could be more independent and make a better life for my daughter and myself. And we've been able to do that in Colorado. One of the really important things is to be able to have multi-stop rides. This would make it so much better for dropping her off at school. And then instead of having to wait and order a second ride to go to work, it would save money because those initial fees aren't there. Also, like having access on demand has completely changed my life. I am able to get to and from work. I own a small coffee shop, for lack of a better words, inside our state capitol. And so I'm a small business owner, and there are times that I have to be there at 2:30 in the morning. There are times that I can come at 5:30 in the morning. So and then there's times, especially during the general session from January to May, that I don't know what time I'll get off work. So access on demand has been a game changer for me for that. And where Access-a-Ride doesn't work because I can't always know when I'm going to be able to get off work. I really encourage you all to vote no on this tonight, put together a working group with people like myself who can help give strategies and ideas, work with the National Federation of Blind, work with the Cross Coalition Disability or Coalition, CCDC, and work with others who this affects and work with us to make what will work for RTD and what will also work for us.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Tim Keenan. Tim Keenan.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Tim Keenan. Thanks for allowing me to speak. So I was reading over the peer review report, and one of the things they actually made a point of calling out and urging you not to do is to create transit deserts. And that is exactly what you would be doing to those folks up in Broomfield and to people like Pippi and to people like me who have to work. I work at Amazon right now, so I go from First and Broadway all the way over to Aurora. Sometimes I go for 2:30 a.m. shifts. Sometimes I get out at 12:30 a.m. None of that would be covered under these new policies. And, you know, as Pippi was saying, the multiple stop trip things, you know, is just a common sense way to save RTD money, make it easier for us and our, you know, whoever is depending on us. And it's allowable by both Lyft and Uber now. So there's, you know, every reason to allow us riders to take advantage of such a useful tool. And as far as the you know, right now there is zero fare. For whatever reason, you know, there is zero fare for access on demand. I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop on that for a while, but you got to keep in mind that going from $0 to $6.50 per trip, that is a huge increase that will impact so many people. And, you know, a lot of them don't have the ability to apply for the LIVE program to get, you know, the discounts that would provide. So the moral of the story is you have an awesome program here that everyone likes. It's super efficient. It's working like a charm. Slap a fare on it of $4.50 or whatever you can least, you know, whatever you think is fair without, you know, putting people through serious hardships, and call it good, and congratulate yourself on having an awesome, you know, program that increases mobility for people and independence for people across the entire RTD area. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Our next speaker is Keith Brooks.
Howdy, howdy. One of the nice things about putting the complicated and bureaucratic stuff in a letter before the meeting is this time I get to talk about something fun. The number 31 bus, arguably one of the most important buses in the system, giving the 15 a run for its money. It's frequent, it's every 10 minutes. We all love it. One problem, though, is it's often at crush load capacity throughout the day, not just one bus in the morning and one in the afternoon. For a bus like the 15, this would and kind of is a problem. But for the 31, it's an especially big problem because the bus is stuck running 40-foot buses, standard buses you see everywhere. If it was another route, you could run 60-foot buses, Arctics if you want to sound cool, or bendy buses if you want to talk to everyone else. The problem is that the 31 is not run by RTD. It is one of the routes contracted out to Transdev, and Transdev's contract does not include the operation of 60-foot buses. Their facilities, the garages that they're meant to manage, as far as I am aware, cannot handle those. Their drivers, as far as I know, are not familiar, though an afternoon looking through CDL regulations gives no indication that they couldn't run those buses. There's a few solutions to this. Either RTD could take back over the route, which means digging deep into the contract and paying money, and I'm sure it'll be a nightmare. Or you could do what is already done every day with the N line, but in reverse, where in the N line, RTD picks up a couple trains in the wee hours from DTO and returns them at night. Transdev could pick up a few articulated buses in the morning and return them every night. I'm sure a few dollars would have to be exchanged one way or another to make sure everything is square, but this is a very precedented program to split the maintenance of the vehicles from the operations of the vehicles. And this would be a relatively simple way to get almost a 50% capacity boost on a route that does stupid numbers. So just want a little kernel just to make things just a little better. I offer this as a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Keith. Our next speaker is Aaron Daly.
Right here. Oh, I did it. Okay. Hi. My name is Erin Daly, and I'm an AOD user. So when I was little, which I'm not going to confess to you how long ago that was at this point in my life, but my dad was a single parent and he was totally blind. And I remember there were a couple times when I would get sick at school and he'd be able to pick me up, but sometimes he couldn't. And he would always say, oh, you can toughen through it. But I knew what the reason was. He wasn't able to get transportation to get me. And that is one of the difficult things that I'm glad that I don't have to make that decision on right now. And I know many of my friends and many people here in this room don't have to make that decision either. Because right now they have a system that if their child is sick, if their child needs something, they can go immediately. They don't have to schedule it 24 hours in advance. They can get it done. When I originally moved to Denver, again, we don't have to talk about how long ago that was, I applied for jobs and I got something very rare that I feel like a lot of blind people can say doesn't really happen that often. I got 2 competing offers. One of them was some really good money, and I told the other company, hey, this is their offer. And they said, name your salary. I have never had that happen before, and I don't think I'm gonna ever have it happen again. I had to say no to that offer. I had to say no to naming my salary at a job that I wanted because when I looked into the nuts and bolts of it, there was no bus that got me within a mile of their office in an office park. I don't like to think about maybe the different choices I could have made in my life had I had a higher salary, but I did have a job, so that was great. But at this point, I actually have a job in that same office park now, like 10 years later, that I am able to get to because of this program. It has opened up whole new worlds to me, and I am looking into buying a home right now. And I'm sure everyone knows home prices are really expensive. Wish interest rates would go down a little, but that's not up to y'all. And I am able to look outside of where a bus line picks up. Like right there, I can look into neighborhoods that are maybe a little less expensive where I can afford a home, not just where I have to live, because I have to live directly on a bus line in order to be able to do what I want to do. One other simple thing that I think that no one really thinks about if you have a car is grocery shopping. When I would go to the grocery store, I got a cane in one hand, so I got to think of what I'm going to bring first. So I got a backpack on. I'm probably going to get scoliosis. I don't know, but I'm trying to carry it all. And I'm wondering, do I get the 24-pack of water, which I need? Do I get the toilet paper, which I need? I can't carry them all. What am I going to do? I have to make these choices. And then I have to go back out and do it all over again. Because of this program, I don't have to think about that. I can just get the things I need at the grocery store and I can go home. I don't have to balance it on my shoulder, this 24-pack of water. All I have to do is, carry it to a car, carry it up the stairs. That's like life-changing. It's something that, my whole entire life, I never even thought about, that wouldn't be something I would have to deal with until now. So
Erin, if you could wrap it up.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
There are so many good things about this program, and I hope that you're listening to everyone here today because you built a program that works. It is equitable, and I think that we should make it more equitable for everyone instead of reducing it and punishing us for having such a successful system.
Thank you,
all.
Erin. Our next speaker is Chelsea Cook.
Hello, this is okay, good, this works. Thank you very much for hearing my comment. I'm Chelsea Cook, and I am a blind AOD user. I know that in this discussion, you all like to talk about numbers. So let me throw a couple more at you. An AAR trip costs 80% more than an AOD trip. Think about that when you're putting this proposal amendment together. I hope you vote no. Not having multiple stops would cost the parent $26 a day to take one kid to one school. Guess we're not having multiple kids anymore. The point that hits home for me is if you drive to work, as I'm sure most of you did to get to this meeting, and you didn't have access to a car for a month, would you still be employed? Like Tim and Pippi said, many people with disabilities who live or work outside the AAR boundaries are going to lose their jobs because you are voting no on this. Think about this in the wallet. Instead of paying taxes and contributing to RTD's revenue, they will cost the taxpayers and stop contributing to that revenue stream. If you put back all the fixed routes, including the one that burns by my apartment complex and the ones in Broomfield, we might have a different conversation. Ironically, many people here are standing in this room tonight, including me and my boyfriend Dave, because of the AOD program. I couldn't take off half a day of work to hope and pray that Accessoride would pick me up to come here. I attended the Operations Security and Safety Committee meeting 2 weeks ago. They chose to kick the can down the road, but once a program that works for people with disabilities is made worse by policy, see original Accessoride, someone kicks the can so far down the road that it is never seen again and the problems created are never fixed. It would be a cruel irony if you were to vote to rename Civic Center Station after a pioneering disability rights activist and then turn around and cut this program. And an attack on our transport is an attack on our freedoms. Don't take away our freedoms and our rides just because we can't drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Our next speaker is Dave Barr.
Yet another blind person. There we go. Dave Barr here. Excuse me. Have you been stuck inside of your house? Maybe you've been at a doctor's appointment for hours after the appointment ended. Maybe you've been told that this condition will last at least 90 days. You may be suffering from accessoride user syndrome. Now, hold the applause, guys. I get it. This condition is serious and afflicts at least 1/4 of the population, primarily those persons with disabilities. Serious side effects include, but are not limited to, riding a big bus which screams out to the world, "I have a disability," never getting to your appointment or your job on time, feeling helpless, extreme shame, decreased bodily autonomy, and the inability to go where you want to go because it's outside the prescribed area and time schedule. But there is hope. Introducing the Access on Demand, please keep it like it is, and for the love of God, bring back the multi-stop option program. Thank you. This under-budget and successful program has been shown to increase freedom of people with disabilities in just 2 trips. Users reported feeling human after 6 self-administered applications. Positive side effects include, but are not limited to, freedom to go outside a prescribed area or restricted hours, feeling safe, actually getting to your appointments on time, having a tax-paying job, taking an Uber like everybody else in society, not being ashamed of having a disability, increased self-worth and bodily autonomy, having friends and romantic partners who know you'll see them on a regular basis, and feeling like a human being who isn't seen as a hopeless and helpless creature. The Access on Demand, leave it as it is, and for the love of God, bring back the multi-stop option program, where having a disability feels good again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Our next speaker is Andrea Brandes.
My name is Andrea Brandes, and I live in Broomfield, and I moved to Colorado 5 years ago, and one of the greatest things about Colorado is access on demand. Because I have had, because of that, I have freedom in my life that I have never had before. I'm able to go to the grocery store for something that if I realize, oh, I forgot this for this recipe, I can go pick it up. I can go to the doctor's. I can participate in church activities, in political activities, where I remember when I lived in a different state a long time ago, there were things I couldn't do because I would struggle with taxi drivers who wouldn't bring me to an appointment on time, so I couldn't participate. So the only thing I'm asking is that, please, as everyone has said, please keep access on demand as it is so that we can have complete freedom of movement, something that all of you board members have because you can drive. Those of us who can't drive are simply asking to live the same kinds of life that you live.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dan Havinka.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for allowing all of us to speak. I really, really do hope that you listen. There's part of what I just said that I'm worried because the last time you saw my face, there was many of us who spoke and really pleaded with you to please, please work with us. Work with us to understand how to make this better, not only for y'all, but also for us. And I have twins at home, and they were actually here marching around. So thank you for creating a situation where I could bring them to their very first protest. You're never too young to be an activist, and I really wanted you to see their faces, because these sorts of things that you're trying to say yes to is creating big no's in their life. Not only their life, but my life, because they're my life. What was a big deal about having the ability to roam around my world freely was about a year ago, my father became very ill. So I'm at home taking care of him, taking care of them, their mother, a very needing mother, and to be able to get to work and not have to spend my day's salary to get to work is fantastic. I live in West Arvada, so I'm with y'all in Broomfield that these new changes are going to exclude me from being able to start my master's program here this fall to continue going to work. I work at the Colorado Center for the Blind. I teach tactile art. I also am the head of a beekeeping program there, so I'm also responsible for about 60,000 little lives that also make a huge difference in their world, in our world. So me being able to get to these places is detrimental to many things. And I witnessed everybody stand up and give pledge to a flag. And the last things I heard you say was freedoms and justice for all. Freedoms and justice and for all, right? And really being able to include us on your decision making, not just to listen and just make your decisions, but actually include us on data collecting would be supremely important for your decisions, especially for our lives. I please, please, please work with us, because I mean, just spitballing an idea, you could work with the companies like Uber and Lyft and say, you want to reduce to $15. Well, ask them to include $15. So now instead of just $15 from y'all, Uber now has $15. Now there's $30, which is a step up, and then go to Senate and go to the Congress and say, well, these are disability monies we're giving, and those could be tax deductible. I don't know, make it work. All I'm saying is there's ways to go about this, and just include us, because that was just something I thought of right here. Thank you so much for letting me speak and listening to me yammer, and listen to everybody, please, please.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Cody Bear.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Cody Bear. I'm a Access on Demand user. And like everybody else that spoke before me, this program has been revolutionary in changing the way that I do things, and the places that I'm able to go. For once in my life, it opened up the ability to be able to go where I want, when I want, to do the things that I need to and want to do. So I urge this board to consider that when deciding the future of the program. A couple of things to think about as we evaluate the future of the program. We're throwing out a $6.50 fare for proposal now. Keep in mind that that's a $6.50 fare does not equate to a $6.50 fare, considering that tipping is customary in all rideshare apps. I don't know about many others in this room, but I presume most all of us feel the need to at least tip our drivers 15 to 20% per ride. And on a $20 ride, that makes your fare now $10.50. I think it's absolutely silly to increase the fare any above the accessoride fare. The accessoride program costs significantly more, as pointed out by other members of the community, than Access on Demand. So from an economic sense, it does not make sense for RTD to encourage people to use Access or Ride when we all know that the program as well doesn't work very well. I think, we've got these arbitrary hours, and I've heard that, it due to equity, because we need to have an off period from 1 to 4 because we don't have enough wave vehicles. Equity isn't giving people less service to match the lower group of service. We should be bringing up the service for wave vehicles. Let's figure out how to contract with companies and get wheelchair users service up to what ours is, instead of cutting everybody else's service down. My friend Tim here mentioned about his work hours, and I've heard from several others in the blind community mentioning about, hey, if we make blackout times, we're not going to be able to get to work. That's cutting somebody's jobs that are tax-paying citizens and are now going to go on to social programs which cost our government way more than Access on Demand does. And I think to this 3/4 of a mile rule as well, it's we're cutting people out that are in the most need of transit and making their lives more difficult. So I hope, that said, to wrap up my comments here, I hope that the board will consider lowering the fare to $4.50, as well as removing the arbitrary and capricious rules around the time zone limits, as well as the 3/4 miles rule.
Thank you, Cody. Appreciate your comments. Our next speaker is Zolan Stoic. I tried. My apologies.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Zolan Stoic. I'm 55 years old. I'm new to the disabled community. I live in Littleton, Colorado, and I'm attending the Colorado Center for the Blind. I don't use any of your services. I don't use this Ride on Demand. I wish I did. You guys, listen, okay? Every last person here has been paying taxes their whole life, okay? Give us some of our money back and keep it cheap and free. That's all I'm asking. We paid our taxes, and we still are. And I know everybody here woke up this morning, did everything, got in your car, went to work. I can't do that. I'm pretty much paralyzed on my left side, and I'm severely visually impaired. I brought a pair of eye covers here and a cane. Does anybody want to try this and get to the door? Let alone get over to downstairs and get a cab or whatever, it's a nightmare. Go try buying groceries. It's a, everybody here just needs help, We're not begging you for help. We paid in. And that's all I'm saying. Call your congressmen, call your bosses in Washington, and tell them quit making bombs and help the people who need help. Nice talking to you guys. God bless you all. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kyle Lee.
DCB, who are we? DCB.
Do I have to hold a mic down or anything?
Yeah. Just a few inches.
Okay. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, Kyle, thank you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Kyle Lay. I'm a current student at the Colorado Center for the Blind. I have cortical blindness and hemiplegia, paralysis on the left side of my body. It was due to the sequential strokes that I had from COVID-19 back in September of 2020. It's given me a cognitive disability and also an auditory processing disorder. I have access on demand, and it helps me get to places such as CCB and to my appointments, because I want to be able to work again in the accessibility field to make life better for other disabled people, especially other blind people. So I've been working with the Division of Vocational Rehab and the Center for People with Disabilities, CPWD, and I dream of an accessible future for everyone. And so with access on demand, it allows me to get to these places on time. And I had used a service before through Metro taxi service, and I had to wait sometimes an hour, and I think the longest I waited for 7 hours before someone came to pick me up. It was really miserable. So access on demand is an incredible thing, and it helps people like me, being blind and being paralyzed on the left side of my body, be able to get to appointments and also to school and also to do all these things that I want to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kyle. Our next speaker is Cindy Vaughn.
Hi, I'm Cindy Vaughn. I'm an individual who has low vision and is hard of hearing. And the person here with me, by the way, is a service support provider who gives me some tactile cues about things that are happening around me and whether people are smiling at me or frowning at me or falling asleep and so forth. So just a note to be awake. Anyway, so I want to tell you guys a quick story. Back in 2002, I've always had limited vision and I've been hard of hearing. And in 2002, I worked for the state of Colorado, and I took the public bus and I took the light rail everywhere. And the one thing I could do is set my clock by it, when I was going to be picked up, when I was going to get dropped off, except for inclement weather when the whole city shut down because of a lot of snow, right? But I could absolutely depend on getting picked up. And I would usually be across the street waiting. My bus was across the street picking me up. The bus was gone and I was missing my bus. I had that happen. I'm sure you guys have had that happen too. Well, in 2007, I was hit by a car while waiting at the bus stop, and a car lost control. So it changed my ability to use the bus and light rail system. And I began to use paratransit. And the most notable thing that people have talked about, but you need to hear, is the absolute unreliability of the service. Access a ride and access a cab. The fact is that, when I worked for the state of Colorado in 2018, 2019, I might be picked up 2 hours after work was done, and I might get home 4 hours after work, even though I, in fact, would have only had to take a 25-minute commute. I think it's important that you realize that this accessoride, this paratransit should be mirroring, quote, the public transportation, but it doesn't seem to mirror the on-time service. Neither did the Accessicab, which ran for 10, 15 years. That service, you didn't hear about people signing up for that because it just didn't show up at all. I was left many times trying to get somebody to come and get me because it failed to show up and the place I was at was closed. I really want you guys to consider other options. I have listened to board members talk in the Operation and Safety Committee and have had wonderful ideas. And I frankly think that what is being proposed overall doesn't reflect the thoughts that you all have shared as board members. If you all worked with disability leaders in this room amongst us, and we came up with a work group and a plan, I honestly think we would come up with something that does work and we could be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Our next speaker is Brian G.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Brian Gruey, and I am the Executive Director of Atlantis Community. I am also an internationally recognized scholar in the areas of cultural discourses of disability, ethics, and education. I bring this up because the middle piece that I work in is ethics. This isn't the issues of right and wrong or good or bad. It's our orientation towards people. I want you to take just a second here, and I want you to really look at this room. Look at the people behind me. We are just a fraction of the disability community here in Denver, let alone Colorado. I also want you to look at the person next to you. Look to the person on your left, and look at the person on your right. Odds are, if they are lucky enough, they are going to join our community at some point. And here's the thing. We're not interested in just surviving anymore. You've been dealing with my organization for 50 years. We've been fighting for our rights for 250 years. It's not about survival anymore, it's about thriving. 21 people have spoken before me today to talk about all sorts of different issues. The $6.50 fare. It doesn't seem like a lot of money when we just say $6.50, but it's just one trip. It's one way, it's one location, it's one stop. It's $13 if they want to go home. It's $26 if they want to book multiple things to try to get all their things that they need to do in one day done, hoping that they can make it with all the different times and possible delays that exist. Right now, they have 25 rides that they can use in a month. If we drop that to 20, if we have a 31-day month, there's a possibility that one of their rides to and from work will not be covered. Multi-stop has been talked about by a bunch of folks. It makes sense from a practical or logistical perspective. You don't have to call new drivers out to different locations, and it saves people money. We also had issues like having a 3-month wait before people are able to access on demand come up. We've had conversations about fixed routes. People have talked to you about your business practices and costs. And all of that is very valid. But I want you to think about how you would feel if you had to use the services that you're making rules about today. I want you to really think about how that would impact you. And so, in the words of my forebears, we will ride and keep our people free.
Thank you, Brian. Our next speaker is Kaylee Medina.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Medina, and I am an Access on Demand writer. For me, Access on Demand has been absolutely life-changing as I navigate progressive vision loss. I know that you guys don't need to hear how important and impactful Access on Demand is for myself, people in the blind and low vision community, and people with all disabilities in Colorado. My concern is that the changes proposed will make the program inaccessible by cost to so many people that rely on the program. A base fare of $6.50 easily becomes $10 when you are including the expectation for tip. Over the course of 1 month, that would make the program completely unusable to so many people with no viable alternative. Currently, Access-a-Ride is a program that is not reliable, not cost-effective for RTD. It's not time efficient. And until a viable alternative is made with either fixed route buses or Access-a-Ride, I don't think changes should be made to Access on Demand because a lot of people will be priced out. Thank you so much for your time and for letting me speak today. Please consider making a pause on changes to Access on Demand until viable alternatives become available.
Thank you, Kaylee. Our next speaker is Trent Taylor. Trent Taylor? Oh, perfect.
Right here. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Trent Taylor. I'm an attorney. I work here in Denver. I'm also a blind individual. There have been many great and persuasive comments that have been raised here today, so I don't want to duplicate that, but I want to add a couple notes and then present something from a different perspective. First, to add, I think what's important to note about the Access-a-Ride on Demand program is that these proposed cuts and modifications are very premature. They were spurred by the overwhelming interest and use of Access-a-Ride on Demand because it was a good program. We should keep popular programs. And there was a fear that this would, outspend the budget allocation that was determined for it previously. But now, subsequent to this proposal, we have seen that this program is actually operating under budget. And how often is it that government cuts programs that are under budget? This is a no-brainer here. The other thing that hasn't been mentioned here that is very relevant is that we shouldn't cut things when we don't have a reasonable alternative. And we've already heard about the deficiencies of the Access-a-Ride program. But also, what's important to note is that in conjunction with these proposed cuts, we have seen over the past couple of years reductions in service in the traditional public transportation options, such as bus rides and the light rail system. We're facing cuts from both ways, from both directions, if this Access-a-Ride on Demand programs or proposed cuts go into effect. So give us an alternative, give us an option, and give us something that's workable. And we say you don't have to look far for that. We already have it here. Finally, I'd like to close by asking you to to take the perspective and try to conceptualize what it is to develop a disability in your lifetime. Some of you may know or may have witnessed people who have gone through that experience. But from my perspective, and from many of those who are standing with me and behind me, it's a traumatic experience because you lose something, not just something, but many things that you've taken for granted, that other people take for granted, such as being able to choose the job that you want to work at, being able to enjoy the activities that everybody else around you enjoys, and many more, and access to the healthcare that you need and depend upon.
Thank you, Trent. I appreciate it.
The last thing I will say is to implement these cuts would be an additional traumatic experience for everybody here, because they will be stripped of something that they have for this short period of time, taken for granted and relied upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Trent. Our next speaker is James Flatham.
All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening, RTD Board. My name is James Flatham. I'm with Greater Denver Transit. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So our group submitted a letter this afternoon outlining a series of topics that are super important for this board meeting in terms of the short-term goals for the general manager CEO, as well as additional oversight for budget. To be respectful of everyone's time, the piece that we wanted to reaffirm is a lot of the voices we've heard in this room tonight in terms of the Parrot Transit options. We would like to reaffirm what we said in the letter, which was to any and all possibility to please avoid outright cuts to the Access on Demand program, especially at a time when we understood that there was a paratransit review underway, which was going to consider both the Access a Ride and Access on Demand programs, which appears as though it has become a little bit more myopic on the Access on Demand program, which is more popular and it has actually a lower subsidy per rider than the Access a Ride program. So we would just urge that to make sure that everything is done to make sure that these offerings are not executed in silos. We understand that they are funded by different mechanisms, but that should not be any reason to plan or integrate them separately, that these are opportunities to provide perhaps a more advanced service in terms of both programs in the future. And we would love to see more details on kind of what the findings were on both sides of this review for both Access on Demand and Access a Ride. The only other comment or the only other subject I would add that were outlined in the letter was that one of the things that we've been expecting from RTD was that SB 24-230 was a piece of legislation that required RTD to complete some public outreach in terms of the uncompleted fast tracks corridors. This was updated as well in SB 25-261 that was going to give RTD a little bit more time since it fleshed out some of the additional asks. But we at Greater Denver Transit have not heard a whisper of any of these activities in terms of what this public outreach is going to look like. So given that the year is progressing very quickly, the summer is flying by faster than I wish it was, to ask for an update on where the agency is at with this this outreach. We know that the Boulder and Longmont train corridor has been one of enormous amounts of discussion in terms of trying to gain back public trust in RTD as a steward of the public's money, as well as several of the other corridors where the public appears to, huge parts of the Denver Metro appear to be losing faith in RTD for completing, particularly some of the voices we've been listening to on the Welton corridor. So would love to see an update on that. And that concludes my comments for this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Marianne Milarelli. Apologies.
We're all going to give help. Equity, integrity, conscience. These are words of import. My name is Marianne Milarelli. I represent the National Federation of the Blind Boulder Valley Chapter. I am its president. And I am pleased that many of my members came here to express our concerns about the programs being discussed today. I mention equity because the idea of charging $6.50 for a ride that cost RTD less money to provide than any other service that RTD funds is not equity. I mention integrity and good conscience because cutting service, restricting hours, restricting the places that Access on Demand can service is unconscionable and is not an act of integrity, and I will tell you why. I have chapter members, several, and I really thought about it recently, and I'm one of them, who at different times of the day, and sometimes not at any time of the day, would be eligible to use Access on Demand simply because of where we live. I live in South Boulder, where there used to be buses that ran regionally at a stop that was very close to my house. Now my nearest bus stop for the regional park and ride is a mile away. Oh man, I guess I can't go out late at night. How many of you would give up that opportunity if your friends had said, let's go out to the piano bar in downtown Denver or some other such place? Equity, integrity, and good conscience are all things that are part of your charge. I want to ask a quick question of the audience here. How many of you used Access on Demand to get here today? Say aye. Any of you who have signs in the room that were out on the street, raise them up for a moment. And I want to encourage board members, take your eyes away from your screen and look up for just a moment and see our hearts behave with integrity, make equitable decisions, and please, when you are making your votes tonight and in the future, act in good conscience, knowing the decisions you make affect all of us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Our next speaker is Dawn Russell.
I am one of those multi-stop riders, and I just wanted to say that before you don't allow that, you need to know what's really going on. If it costs too much, it's because of your own bad policies and practices and the way you do business. Because how many times, and just check my RTD record or my sets ride record or AOD. For me, I get all stressed out about how I'm riding. And if you check both Assess Ride and Access on Demand, you could fix your problems. So often, I have needed those multiple rides, and I'm sitting on a bus refusing to get off because you're about to send a paratransit bus across town from Denver to Lafayette. And you want to say that multiple stops are a problem? Maybe it's the way you do business, right? So stop sending a bus from Denver when there's already one in Lafayette. And I have sat and watched the Uber or whatever you call it, and I know that it's an Uber driver there, and your system didn't work. So when good drivers call to tell dispatch about it, instead of assessing the situation in front of you and dealing with it then, you make some ridiculous idea that the driver must come from Denver and don't deal with it right there at any time. You could say that driver that's coming 35 minutes away could go somewhere else for someone that's waiting on a ride, and I can catch the one or two in front of me. That's what I want to say about that. So don't cut us. Go back and address your own practices and give dispatch and drivers what they need in order to provide the service. You should be able to make a practical decision when it's in front of you.
Thank you, Dawn. Our last in-person speaker, I have Claudia Folska, former director.
Vision for people with disabilities 20-something years ago, huh, Dawn?
It sure doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
The way we're running, we're way.
Uh-huh. I first, thank you so much for your comments, Dawn. Thank you guys for having us all here and me. My name is Dr. Claudia Folska. I have a dual PhD in cognitive science and architecture planning from the University of Colorado, Denver, and Boulder. I did them simultaneously, and I did them using RTD. And I did them using a multimodal transit system, which, if you didn't notice, you were the first in the country to make the largest investment in a multimodal transit system ever in the United States. RTD, yeah, multimodal means multi. You got Access-a-Ride, you got AOD, you got the mall shuttle, you have the buses, you have the BRTs, you have the commuter rail, you have the light rail. You guys are in such a unique and special situation. Number one, you're one of 3 transit agencies in this great country with an elected board of directors. And that means you guys have a unique obligation and duty to be good stewards of the job the voters entrusted in each of you. That means that you are responsible for looking after the most vulnerable people, what they call in the FTA language, disadvantaged communities. And you can also think of this as like, there's 2 kinds of people in this world, right? You heard Brian talk about that earlier. Those with disabilities and those who will become disabled. And we come in every shape, size, and color. I want to just acknowledge for a moment my friend Dawn Russell here, because she, like many of her colleagues, for me, warriors in hope. Because of the work that she and her colleagues do on the steps of our Capitol in Washington, D.C. And I think Dawn's rap sheet might be longer than her arm, and I think she takes a little pride in that. But because of the work that she does, not for her, not for the people standing next to her, sitting next to her, but for all of us, each and every one of us in this room, to protect our civil rights, to protect our transportation, our housing, our education, and our healthcare, and on and on. And I think she just got back from DC. Maybe they just let her out of jail. I don't know. But these are important decisions. Now, you know very well by looking at the budget that the numbers don't add up here. You know very well that the subsidy for access on demand is a whopping $16 a boarding, and it would be less with multiple stops. Access on demand is a natural extension of Access-a-Cab, right? And those were similar numbers as well. And while those numbers are going down, Access-a-Ride is going up to the tune of $106 a boarding, with 500,000 boardings a year. Ours is under budget.
That's going up. But let's take a look at the whole budget. $1.32 billion, that's a good size number. How much money of that $1.32 billion should be allocated to paratransit services? Well, there are 25% of the population are people with disabilities. So maybe it should be 25%. If you don't like that, we could go down to 20. That's $264 million a year. And right now, the combined services are costing you around 53, you can add it up, 68, is that right? 68.5? Or you could even go lower down to 10. You could even take a look at what the other transit agencies across America spend on average on their paratransit services, and I mean an average. That's 10%. Access on demand is a fraction. Figure it out. Look on your computers. Use your phone. What is $15.3 million into $1.32 billion? I've heard it said before, it's couch change. Here's the thing, guys. You don't have a great reputation. You haven't for decades. When I was on the board for 2 full 4-year terms, we tried really hard to change that. And when you get a chance to change it, it's gold. Tonight, you're going to make a decision that will affect and impact your reputation even more. So when you think about your vote tonight, think about, are we people who are elected to do crappy things to people and create a crappy organization and throw all of the goodwill, earned goodwill, which is gold, down the toilet? I hope not. This could be the grooviest agency in the country, setting the standard once again for what good paratransit looks like. So get to work, engage us, really engage us in a meaningful way. We've been here for the last 17 months, and tonight is the night to make something really impactful. Dive into why AOD works. Maybe the whole model should apply to the whole system. And maybe 97% of the people in the district would start using it. Okay.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you so much.
That was our last singing group in-person speaker. Mr. Kroll, our online speakers.
Yes, Chair Bouquet. Next, we have Joe Triplett.
Joe, you're recognized.
Joe, we've now moved to online participants. I see you've come off mute and you've been recognized by the chair.
Okay, Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Joe.
Okay, thank you. I am Joe Triplett from Inglewood, and tonight I'm going to talk about accessory, but I want to remind people who are in the room and spoke for the last 17 months. I've been out there too. People need to hear something that they're not willing to admit. Number one, I know friends who ride access on demand. That's great. But you guys got something we don't have. You can get in your car, you can get your car 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We have to plan our trips. You don't have to plan your trips. And I know people on access on demand who get left off, who are totally blind in the wrong place. Sometimes they get left by the curbside. Sometimes, and this is just the way America is today, they have a language barrier. And that language barrier causes them to get left off in the wrong place. I have a friend of mine who got left off, not in her workplace, across the street. She's totally blind. Okay, so we need to talk about both sides of the issue, and everybody needs to understand Access-a-Ride is a vital program. There's people like me, and I'm not the only, I'm speaking for the people who cannot speak for themselves, whatever their disability is. Some of us, we're not good on technology. I'm going to admit that. I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not. There's a lot of people who ride Access-a-Ride who can't use the app. So that's not fair. We should be able to call in to a place where we could get access on demand. We can't do that. On Access-a-Ride, we're very limited in our service. Okay? But to say that there's never a bus on time is wrong. We look, I get buses quite frequently. Yes, sometimes they're late, but a lot of times they're on time. Sometimes they're early. Yes, we have to ride more than one person on the bus. Okay, I get it. But at least they get us there most of the time. Is it broken? Yes. Access on demand needs improvement. I agree. But you know what? Think about other people that have to use accessory because not all of us always can do modern technology. That's just the facts of life. Accept it. Okay, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about. You forget that people on access on demand, we have a life too. Okay, we have to go to doctors. We have to go to work. We have a house. We have an apartment. Okay, that's 3/4 of a mile. You know what? If to take off the bus line, you got to sell your house. How good is that? Okay, or you got to move out of your apartment. How good is that? You realize today to have to leave an apartment before your contract's up, it's anywhere from $200 to $400. So when you're thinking about access on demand, also think about those people like me and others. I represent people who can't necessarily speak for themselves because of their disability. So let's think about both, okay? Almost this whole 17 months, it's been access on demand. All right, I get it. If you can use it, great. Hallelujah. Go for it. Praise God.
Joe, if you could wrap up your comments.
Could I have just a few more seconds, please? Because I think this is important. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, I'd like to see a committee formed like you guys, but let's form a committee for both accessory ride and access on demand. And let's get together as a disability community, and let's work together with RTD, whatever that means, and let's improve accessory ride. Yes, accessory ride might be a little higher, but that's just the way it is. So please, let's work together. Let's work together with both. We are a paratransit organization. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to have the extra time. That's it, I'm done.
It's good to hear from you. Our next speaker.
Yes, next is Derek Selbo.
Derek, you're recognized. Derek, if you are speaking, we cannot hear you.
Sorry about that. I forgot to unmute. Good
We can hear you
evening.
now.
Thank you. I would like to just ask a few simple questions. And excuse my voice, I've got COVID. Firstly, for those that are making the decisions, what would you do if, like two of the previous speakers who had strokes, went to bed and woke up in the morning with a stroke and were partially blind in addition to everything else? And do you think it couldn't happen to you tonight? One of the two speakers earlier was a long distance truck driver. He went for his annual physical. The doctor pronounced him in great shape. He went out for dinner. He went back to his truck, getting ready to pick up a load in the morning, an 18-wheeler, and he woke up having had a stroke and is now partially blind. Do any of you think that could not happen to you tonight? My next question would be, what would you do if it did happen to you? How would you handle it? I can almost guarantee you that you would be sitting, if you're not voting in favor of keeping AOD as it is, what would you do if you needed AOD tomorrow? How would you handle it? And probably my final thing would be just something very simple that happened to me today. I've been very ill with COVID, and I won't go into details, but I had to go to my primary care doctor today. They had a cancellation that they could squeeze me in. There's no ways in hell I could have called Access, all right, and got to the doctor. But I called AOD, and within 20 minutes, I was right there. And they gave me what I needed in terms of medication and checkup. That is the sort of value that AOD has. And it's just one very small example of thousands, maybe tens of thousands. So please, when you make your decisions, be very considerate. It could happen to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Derek. Our next speaker, Mr. Kroll.
Yes, next there is a Katie Abraham.
Katie,
Hello,
you're-
everybody. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Katie.
Okay, well, I imagine from the agenda that this meeting's gone a little long, and so I appreciate that you've allowed people to speak because they made extra effort to get here, either on AOD or some other means. Transportation's hard. So speaking of delay, you guys can all, once the meeting's done and you voted, hopefully to preserve the services we have and maintain our TD's reputation of being disability forward, you guys can all go in your cars and go home. Well, if a meeting ran long for people either on fixed service or on the accessoride, well, what would they do? They wouldn't have that flexibility to just get in their car because a very important meeting ran over for an hour. So, I mean, you guys have that convenience. Our people that participated, they probably have that convenience right now that they could call AOD, get back home, and not have to be like, well, my meeting ran over. Now what? So in closing, I ask you just to recognize the humanity of the people in this room that have made the extra effort to speak up, and just RTD needs to get its reputation back after the construction from last summer, and cutting disability services is the absolute wrong way to restore any sort of reputation that RTD is clinging to right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Our next speaker, Mr. Kroll.
Yes, next we have Joe Beaver.
Joe, you're recognized.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me here. I came to speak about Wade Blank and the renaming of the station to Wade Blank. But after listening to all the testimony tonight, I ask you the question, what would Wade Blank do? Wade was a pioneer in disability rights movement. Everyone on the board already has heard me or listened to me or seen letters that I've written in behalf of Wade Blank and the renaming of the station. The important thing about Wade Blank is that he didn't just show up with a gang of 19 overnight. He pleaded with RTD for months before that ever happened, and then finally had to take action. I'm also a member of Colorado Cross Disability Coalition. I served on the board for about 15 years. Our motto was nothing about us without us. And that's what I'm asking you to do now. Nothing about us without us. You have an excellent source of information from us. You just heard lots of it. Do not pass those proposed cuts, the AOD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Yes, next we have an individual identified as Ricky.
Ricky, you recognized?
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I just want to say my mother was a disabled person and she recently passed away. She was unable to benefit from a service like Access on Demand. It is extremely important for those who need this service and those who would benefit from these programs. My concern is that those who are able to take a private car, their own car, or any other service doesn't understand what the individuals that have to use programs like Access on Demand are going through. I ask that you think of the many people who have to make many trips during the day, or at least a few more than just to work and home. And I want you to think about all the things that you do in your car when you have an opportunity and all the destinations that you have to go to during the day, and how easy it is for you guys who are able to drive your own cars. Coming from a household with an individual who would have benefited from this, but was unable to, I can tell you what making cuts to the AOD program would be greatly impacting all of those who need this program the most. It may not affect you, but it affects a lot of people in your constituents. When you asked us a year ago to override Tabor to give more money, you said that it would keep you from cutting paratransit services. In retrospect, I feel like you're just using disabled people like a prop. To me, it sounds like, as a taxpayer, that I got hoodwinked. At the end of the day, the board makes the decisions and the buck stops with you. Please do the right thing. And finally, in conclusion, I am a constituent of Director Hardwick's. While I respect his work and know he is an ally of the people with disabilities, I do concur with an earlier commenter that Director Rusha was the most knowledgeable about ADA issues and was a disability rights champion. I too think they should be reinstalled to the committee and the chair's sanctions removed. Director Rusha is a known ride or die, pardon the pun, champion for people with disabilities and the only openly disabled person on your board right now. Please don't be crappy. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
Yes, next you have, there was a number that popped up here, but I believe Eileen Gallegos was next.
Eileen?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Excuse me. I just want to thank, first of all, you for listening to all of us today. And I just want to stand with many people in hopes that the Access on Demand program, first, does not decrease our rides, and secondly, doesn't make us pay $6.50 each ride. I am a proud native of Colorado. I raised 3 children here. I'm a single mom. I have spoken before, so thank you for allowing me to speak again. But because of my health conditions, I have been forced into early retirement, which is something I really didn't want to do at this time of my life. But I feel very honored and blessed that I can travel around to see my grandchildren in their sports and in their recitals, and able to just go visit with some older people, and just to have the dignity I feel as I travel around town, and even dealing with the language barriers and being dropped off at places where I shouldn't have been dropped off. I mean, all of those things we could experience, riding the bus, we could get off at the wrong stop. That could happen. But if this service is taken away, or if it goes to a decrease in the amount of rides, or if I have to pay $6.50, it takes away a lot of my dignity, and then affects my confidence. And as a person who did have to go into early retirement, I am just really happy that as of for now, I've been able to enjoy all the things that I've worked so hard for in my life. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you for your comments, Eileen. Mr. Kroll, our next speaker.
We have no speakers online that have raised their hand at this juncture. I do believe we have a few. Oh, there's one more here. Charles Perko.
Charles, you're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Charles Perko. I'm president of United Steelworkers Local 3267. I am speaking tonight on behalf of a couple of reasons I wanted to speak. First of all, I wanted to thank Director Rusha for the work she's done in the area of disability advocacy as well as rail safety. Those are two areas that personally and professionally are both very important to me. It is coming from the steel mill where your rail products have been made over the last 30 years or so for the light rail system. Rail safety is something that I know affects the Denver area as much as it does anywhere else that has a rail program. To take someone who's asking the hard questions off of these committees is questionable why the board would want to do that. This is something that the community needs to feel safe. There have been far too many accidents with RTD, and the way in which the equipment is operating has been a big part of that. I also, as I've been sitting here listening to the testimony from those who have spoken before me, it's just come into my mind that it's absolutely heartbreaking that these people are having to beg for a program that it sounds to me is working. It's inhuman to force people to want to or to want to live their life without a program that they depend on. And so I would urge the board from that standpoint, just as a human being, to reconsider removing this program from the toolbox of those who rely on it so heavily. But I would also like to urge the board to restore Director Rusha to her committees, because we need someone who asks the hard questions and who serves the community in the way that they do. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, Mr. Kroll, online.
Chair Bouquet, there are no further speakers online. I do believe there's a handful of individuals who did not sign up or did not get a chance to sign up for public comment who are present in the room that would like an opportunity to say a few words as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Just for a note, we will be taking a break after public comment for we need to give our CART transcriber a break once we hit a 2-hour minute. So our next, if there's any speakers in person that would like to speak, if you wouldn't mind lining up to the podium, that'd be excellent.
I think you've been waiting longer. I just walked in. Okay. Hello. My name is Sabine Sheikh. And I just want to start by saying thank you guys for listening. And I know there's obviously so many intense emotions here. So I appreciate you having an open mind and open heart while we're all sharing things that are very dear to us and important to us. I'm going to share a little story, and I'll be as fast as I can because I see the time going. 5 years ago, I was celebrating a friend's birthday, and we were at a bar, and a man kept coming up to me and my friend and was very aggressive and wouldn't leave us alone. And I kept telling him, get away from us, leave us alone. Eventually, he ended up taking a pint glass and cracking it over my head, and I was covered in blood. I was unconscious. It was a very traumatic, obviously, experience. And my partner at the time wasn't living here, but my mom lives here. And my mom is blind. And of course, I didn't want to call her and say, hey, I just got assaulted. Can you come meet me at the hospital? Like, hoping she can get there. It's midnight, you know, we're out. But thanks to Access on Demand, my mom was able to make it. And my mom is here today. That's Claudia Polska. And she made it. The point of me sharing this gruesome, sorry, also trigger warning story is that, you know, what would you do if you were in that position? You know, how are you going to be there and show up for the person that means the world to you? And I'm going to say that because I think I mean the world to you. But she is my most important person in this whole world. That's why I'm standing here. I'm shaking. I'm not really great at public speaking. I'm working on it. But you know, she fights for everybody all the time. And her entire life, she's had to not just fight for herself, but everybody else in the room. And the reality is, when accessibility works for the people it's supposed to work for, everybody else benefits. Curb cuts, let's think about those. People use those all the time. Not just for wheelchairs, but that's why these are such important programs. And I really urge you to do what we can to make sure that those things are safe for the people that need it most. And then people like me also can benefit and not have to have the unfortunate experience of not having their loved one be there for them in a very traumatic experience. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabine. Our next speaker.
Paulo Solorzano, RTD Riders Alliance. Yeah, this is a great showing. I want to start out by, again, I don't want to be negative, but I think, you know, been seeing after maintenance, a lot of drops in RTD management. Again, I read the RTD Riders, I founded the RTD Riders Alliance because I do believe that RTD can do better to communicate. I know the U.S. as a whole is experiencing institutional decay. I mean, it's everywhere, and RTD needs to start paying attention to just the basics. So on July 9th, during I guess there was the A line again. This is an international station. Denver, people that come into Denver now, when they see the A line not functioning correctly, it's going to be a global reputation we have now, and it is consistently becoming more of a bad reputation. So if you guys can look at my website on Facebook, Azúcar Negra Dodd, she showed it, all right, and that's all I'm going to have to say. There was no communication on the A line. People were not able to get to their flights. I showed up there afterwards, and I talked to a person from Oregon, and they were about to miss their flight. I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm going to point to another July 7th Denver 7 article, titled "Rider Questions RTD's Reliability After Waiting More Than an Hour in the Middle of the Night." Quote unquote, a friend of ours who has never taken the light rail up there before, we're like, "Oh God, it's so easy. We take it downtown all the time," she said. Though the cheap fare turned into a $40 Uber trip, she said, after she and her husband and friend waited for over an hour for a train that's scheduled to come every 15 minutes. When pressed on why the train took so long, Stuart Summers explained it's a cascading effect. Because that operator is canceling their trip if they call out all the way down the line for that specific train, Summers said. When Denver 7 shared this information with Beaucamp, how was I supposed to know? Summers said they also place signage on their platforms and list times at each stop, which is not true. I have been telling all of you guys, every single one of you guys, all of you, for years, that your timing is not correct. You are not displaying correct information. And if all these people who showed up, and thank you for Joanne Rushka for being a great director, and having the community be involved like this and come up for something that is urgent. Years and years, we need just start paying attention to us. That's all I'm saying.
Paulo, if you could wrap up your comments.
Yeah, and then props to the Chief Martin Gano. I've been talking to a lot of security officers out there, and they all believe in him. And props to the news articles coming out saying that there's a 35% decrease in calls to police. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. Are there any further speakers in person? Okay. Seeing no other participants in the queue, I wanted to thank you all for your public comment, but at this time, we will now close public participation. Mr. Kroll?
If I could just read into the record the names of those who submitted written
Oh,
public comment.
yes, my apologies.
So, if I may, Chair Bouquet?
Of course, you're recognized.
All right, so we received public comment from Greater Denver Transit, as outlined by Mr. Flatham earlier, and then the following individuals submitted public comment with respect to access on demand and/or accessoride: Suzanne Ek, Corey and Tracy Gonzalez, Kristen Heiser, Wayne Eckerling. Corey and Tracy Gonzalez submitted a subsequent public comment, Shannon Sawyer and Katie Abraham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kroll. As stated earlier, we do need to take a break for our CART transcribers. So we will take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 7:45. Thank you.
She said she wants to speak. I guess it's possible. I just don't know. It's not true.
All right, folks, we're going to take this as a 1 minute warning, a 1 minute warning. All right, folks. Directors, if I could have you take your seats. We are going to get rolling. All right. Folks, thank you. Folks, we are back to our meeting. We are now moving on to external entities reports. There are no external entity reports this month. So checking off that item. Excellent. Moving on to action items. As I mentioned previously, in response to anticipated public interest, the executive committee elevated 3 items: the collective bargaining agreement, the honorary naming of Civic Center Station, and the Access on Demand program modifications to a dedicated section of the agenda under header. Action items will be introduced, debated, and voted on individually. The first action item A, is the recommendation for the approval of the RTD ATU Collective Bargaining Agreement, or the CBA. And this is to authorize our general manager and CEO to execute a 3-year collective bargaining agreement with ATU Local 1001. And this would be effective January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2027. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Whitmore.
Second, Guzman.
Whitmore is the mover, Guzman is the second. All right. I'll now call on Ms. Johnson to talk a little bit about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Deborah Johnson, General Manager and Chief Executive Officer. Pleasure to be with you here tonight. This item is recommending approval of the collective bargaining agreement with the Regional Transportation District and the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 10001. I'm going to yield the floor to Ms. Charlene Pelleggi, who serves as our Chief People Officer, and Kent Enright, who is the Director of Labor Relations, to orient you to this item relative to the successor agreement for collective bargaining agreement that would be effectuated by virtue of a vote, if you so desire, to approve this recommended action commencing January 1st of 2025, hence the retroactivity going through the end of the calendar year for 2027. With that, Ms. Pelleggi, the floor is yours.
Can I make more noise while I'm getting ready? Charlene Pelleggi is introduced, Chief People Officer. I am here today to just present to you briefly on the aforementioned recommended action. As noted in your board report, on March 27 of 2025, negotiators for RTD and the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1001 reached a tentative agreement on a successor agreement, collective bargaining agreement. That agreement was reached after 8 months of bargaining and with some assistance, 2 days of assistance from a mediator. On June 27 of 2025, ATU Local 1001 President Longenbaum had notified GM and CEO Johnson that the ATU, I want to read this, the ATU 1001 members of the RTD bargaining group have voted yes to accept the tentative agreement. The notification included the results of that vote. That vote was 97% yes and 3% no. Notable changes to the successor bargaining agreement are included in your board report. I will not take the time to go through every one of those changes. However, I do want to highlight that the tentative agreement, as indicated by GM and CEO Johnson, covers a term to include January 1, 2025 through to December 31st, 2027. It includes wage progression as follows. So effective January 1, 2025, a 6.5% wage increase, 4.5% effective January 1 of 2026, and an additional 4.5% effective January 1 of 2027. That equals a cumulative increase over the 3 years of the agreement of just over 16%. Additionally, significant time and effort was spent by the bargaining committees to restructure and consolidate the successor agreement. The intent there was to better organize the agreement, enhance the flow, increase ease of reference, and reduce any redundancies. A key change in this successor agreement would be to have a transportation section, which would include both bus and rail, as opposed to two separate sections. The intention is we are hoping that those changes will enhance readability and then ultimately understanding of the agreement for the members of ATU as well as RTD management. Lastly, I would just flag that the financial impact of the agreement is noted in your board report. You will see that the finance team, under the direction of our Chief Financial Officer, Kelly Mackey, have included and accounted for the fiscal impacts of the agreement in the 2025 fiscal as well as through the term of the agreement. At this time, I will yield the floor and take any questions that you may have.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Pelagi and Ms. Johnson, Mr. Enright as well. Any questions for our staff at this time? Secretary Nicholson.
Thank you. I just wanted to flag that, this was an incredibly long negotiation. Obviously, you want to wrap these things up before the start of the year, but it was worth it. You and GMCO Johnson, the negotiating team, I think we came to somewhere that nobody was incredibly happy with, nobody got everything they wanted, but that we could all look and say, we avoided a labor action, we pay our workers well enough that they can afford to live here, and we are staying within our budget in a way that, we can look at our riders and the broader community and say that we were responsible with the taxpayers' money. So I really, of all the things that you've done, I think so far, this was deeply important to me and you did it incredibly well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Director Chandler.
I just have a question of clarification. It says the 2025 board approved budget anticipated an increase in cost for fiscal year 2025 of 9.3 million. Is that it? The total increase in cost is that 9.3 million? And then you've got for 2026, 9.8, 2027, 10.3. So that's an additional above and beyond just the budgeted item currently. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. The 9.3 is the total cost.
Total cost, not just the increase. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. The cost of the change in the collective agreement from what we had previously, so 2024. So it's an additional cost, but it's considered and contemplated in the budget.
Okay, so say that one more time, just from hearing.
I just want to make sure. There is the cost of the collective agreement, including all labor and expenses. The 9.3 represents the change to that cost for 2025. That's the total change in cost, increase in cost.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Excellent. Well, thank you very much, staff. I know this process, takes a lot of energy. So I do, energy and effort. So I do thank you all for all that you've done. Are there any no votes on this matter? Director Guzman.
Would you mind doing a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. Treasurer Banker.
Yes.
Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler,
No.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Gutschner,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Harwick,
Yep.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Secretary Nicholson,
Yes.
First Vice Chair O'Keefe,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Yes.
Director or Second Vice Chair Whitmore.
Yes.
Okay. I am also a yes. That'll pass 14 yes, 1 no. Thank you all. Okay, moving on to our second action item B, that is the recognition of Reverend Wade Blank via honorary name for Civic Center Station. And this would be for the Board of Directors to adopt an honorary name for Civic Center Station to recognize the life and career of Reverend Wade Blank, and adopting the honorary name changed the name of Civic Center Station to Wade Blank Civic Center Station. Do I have a motion? I have Rusha as the mover.
Second.
I have Chandler as the second. Is there any discussion on this item? Bless you. Okay. Seeing none, I just, before we do take the vote, I do want to thank everyone involved. It was an honor to be able to sit down in one of those committee meetings. Mr. Kroll, thank you for your leadership with that. It was excellent to hear all the different stories that I was able to hear and learn more about Reverend Wade Blank. And as a school teacher, it is one of the questions we always ask ourselves of the individuals that we teach in history and the people who make history. And definitely Reverend Wade Blake is an individual I believe that more people should know about. Are there any no votes on this? Seeing none, that item will pass 15 yes, 0 no. Our third action item, which is action item C, and that is for the Access On Demand program modifications. And this is for the Board of Directors to approve modifications to supplemental premium access on demand service for RTD's paratransit customers as described here and effective October 1st, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Nicholson is the mover.
Second.
Banker is the second. So prior to us getting in discussion, I do want to thank RTD staff for their continued engagement on this issue. Paratransit staff were bold to pilot a new program, and their innovation should be applauded. When it became clear that additional structure needed to be placed on the program, the staff invested countless hours of time and immense energy to engage with our community and key stakeholders on the future of this program. I want to especially recognize CEO Johnson for tackling this issue head-on and in good faith. Thank you to your team for bringing forward to this board recommendations that respect the input from the community and align with our agency's physical limitations. Your leadership on this issue, as well as that of your team, is to be commended. It is clear to all that have followed the issue that the Access On Demand program provides a tremendous benefit to the community. And I want to acknowledge and recognize those members of the public who've consistently engaged with RTD staff and the board regarding their insights as to the best path forward for Access On Demand. I also want to recognize RTD board members, past and present, for diving into the issue over the last year. There is a lot to understand on this issue. As with most services that are new or innovative, there's a learning period followed by a period of adjustment. Adjustments are often made to put an innovative service on a more stable long-term trajectory, and that is just what these proposed modifications are designed to do. I've personally spent a great deal of time, though, engaging on this topic, and I'm hopeful we can chart a path forward that meets the needs of the community, honors the insights of our customers, and balances the financial realities. So in a moment, I will be offering an amendment to this recommended modification, which has been developed by staff and were tweaked slightly by the OSS committee. The changes I offer in the forthcoming amendment are the result of efforts I undertook to listen to the Access On Demand customers, community leaders, members of the board, subject matter experts, and GMCO Johnson. As such, I will be proposing the following: a decrease in the base fare, a decrease in the live fare, clarified language regarding service area to better match the intent of Director Nicholson's previous amendment to expand AOD services to customers living within 3/4 of a mile of commuter or regional bus routes. And finally, explicitly stating that there will not be a waiting period to begin using AOD once a customer has been appropriately certified as eligible for the service. The first two changes regarding fare are straightforward and align fares for AOD with fares for Access-a-Ride. The change to this service area is a result of conversations I've had with staff who believe that, as approved, the original amendment language does not match the intent of the amendment. For those who wish to see the language of Mr. Nicholson's amendment, I would like you to look at packet page 87. And finally, even though prescribed waiting period is not included in staff's recommendations, many in the community believe that there will be a waiting period implemented as part of the program modifications. The language that I'm offering is intended only to further clarify to the community that there will not be a waiting period. With that, I move that the Access On-Demand program modifications be amended as followed. Reduce the base fare from $6.50 to $4.50. Reduce the live fare from $2.75 to $2.25. Clarify that Access On-Demand service shall include all areas that lie within 3/4 of a mile of any and all fixed route bus service, including regional and commuter routes, and explicitly state that there shall be no waiting period to begin using AOD services once appropriately certified. Do I have a second? I have Banker as the second. Is there any discussion on this motion to amend? Director Catlin.
Thank you. As a director who was pushing for the geographic changes, I really do appreciate that, particularly for districts such as mine. I know there was mention of the Broomfield area, but there's a huge transit desert in the southwestern part of this region, and this helps to address those needs for an ever-aging population. So thank you for offering that amendment.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Any further discussion on the amendment? Secretary Nicholson.
Chair Bouquet, I want to thank you for your leadership and elevating the equity concerns in our conversation here. I appreciate the motivation behind your amendment. That said, I'm deeply concerned that we are considering a significant change to the AOD fare structure at the last minute after multiple modifications have already been considered over the past year. With each, the agency has already made significant changes to the proposal due to the concerns of AOD riders. Making a change to our regular fares would involve months of study and detailed reports. Instead, we're going to take a few minutes. This board has spent a full year reviewing these changes through the proper channels. When we ignore process, we increase the risk of poor decisions that will come back to hurt the agency. That is one of the main things I have learned from you this year. We are already facing a decline in sales tax revenue this year and a nearly 30% increase in Access On-Demand costs year over year. Our revenues are not growing by 30% per year. This amendment will force other trade-offs: fewer fixed route operators, fewer service hours, fewer staff in departments that are already overextended. It will leave us less prepared to weather a downturn that is already causing painful cuts by the state, the city of Denver, and transit agencies around the country. I appreciate the motivation here. It is not a pleasant thing to vote to cut services to people with disabilities. As I said in our first board meeting, our decisions can hurt people, and we have to remember that. We have had extensive, heart-wrenching outreach, people sharing very real stories about what this change will do to their lives. It is deeply human to want to soften the blow. But we also have to consider the impact of these changes on the other people who are not in this room tonight. We serve over 100,000 customers every day and have thousands of staff who make that possible. The impact on their lives is just as real. According to the data staff recently provided us, this amendment, as I understand it, is equivalent to cutting the 483 bus in Parker or cutting the commuter routes to Conifer and Brighton combined. That is not couch change. In fact, it's greater than the budget of the entire board office. That's the trade-off we're making here. We should follow our process, make the difficult choice now, and approve the staff recommendation as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. First Vice Chair O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a new member of the Operations Committee and my first vote was on this topic. I was a no vote. I did not think that it was, it made sense to go forward with the staff plan. I understand the time and effort, and I understand the parameters have been put into it. My district doesn't get a lot of service. District H, it's kind of the trapezoid at the bottom. Don't feel bad for them. It starts with Cherry Hills, goes down to Highlands Ranch. But the one thing that is true is people understand the value of transit in a community. And that I believe the fundamental place for transit is moving people who could not move themselves without it. And I think rather than looking at this program as a uncontrollable cost, I look at it as the beginning to our future. We aren't going to have fixed route buses and fixed route rail serving everybody. And we're probably going to Waymo or some other connection that brings people into regional systems. So I think I actually look at this as a successful laboratory experiment for how people will move. And I would rather not cut it off at this point. There may be a point where we're making budget choices. I don't think we're there yet. And so I'm happy with this amendment. It is closer to where I think the final program would end up. I certainly would listen to people that understand more about the program than I do with additional amendments, but I ask my colleagues to consider further improving this program and getting it to a more accessible cost and accessible availability for people that use it. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Rusha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also do want to commend the work that you've done and the conversations you've had with staff, our GM CEO, and your 14 colleagues on the board. I'm sure your phone has been blowing up. So I appreciate that. Being a position of leadership is difficult, and often we walk away with not everybody quite happy. That being said, I would like to just make a few comments regarding the cost in dollars that this will cost the community, even with your generous amendment on the table. So if we took $4.50 and multiplied that by 60, which would be the trip cap, that is $270 a month. When you couple that with the subsidy decrease from $25 to $20, that is quite a hike for those who are less likely to be able to afford it. Even if we had live at half of that, $135 a month or even less, I will note that Secretary Nicholson pointed out in previous meetings about 60% of our paratransit riders qualify or are enrolled in LIVE, meaning they are at or below the poverty line. That's real money. That is people deciding, do I buy food or do I go to the doctor? Do I get a used coat for winter because mine is torn or worn or lost? Or can I pick up my kid from school? Now, for most of us here that are making these decisions, $4.50 to get downtown for an Uber sounds like a great deal. But that is not the lives of our constituents who have been telling us for over a year how much this is going to devastate them. People will lose jobs. They will lose access. Pardon me if I cry, but someone is going to call their mother or their parent or their loved one and say, I need you. And that person won't be able to show up because we did this. And for what? Up to, and these are staff words, and I'm not demeaning staff. I'm talking to my colleagues because at the end of the day, we are the buck stops here. Up to $2.5 million to $5 million in savings on what is a near $900 operating budget. When services are popular and routes are popular, we increase them and we find it in our budget to make it happen. We just did that last month and nobody asked, what does this cost? So why is it for the disability community, for my community, we're the first on the table to be gutted? Our services come first. Why is it when it comes to people with disabilities, we get what we get and we don't throw a fit? And I am not saying this to disparage anyone here who worked really hard on what's before us. And my comments are not directed at you personally, Mr. Chair, but I also know that as a person who is of the community, who is a teacher and a leader in his community, that you understand, as I also was a teacher and I taught in special education and I have walked very similar halls as you have, that my words are coming from the heart. And budgets are moral documents. We make no errors tonight in not increasing the fare. We can hold off for a couple months, remand it to OSS, or the chair can call an ad hoc. But we do risk grave and serious error to our constituents and taxpayers if we move forward without fully thinking this through. And again, I respectfully remind everyone, when that peer review was done, we did not interview a single person who used paratransit. Subject matter experts are people who use paratransit. We also, with I'm sure the best intentions, because we felt like we were on a deadline, so I'm not disparaging our GM CEO on this. We also brought forth version 2.0 to the board 7.5 weeks ago, right? That's 7.5 weeks, not 10 months or 12 months ago. And we did not run it by our disability advisory committees, which is against FTA guidelines. And we did not run it against our citizen advisory committee, which is against our own charter and our own policy. And so I am pleading with my colleagues, please, if we have to decide things tonight, let's not increase fares and decrease that subsidy, because we all know once we put the cork in the bottle, or does it take the cork out of the bottle? You can't put it back in. We're never going to roll that back.
So Genie, back in the bottle.
Thank you. What Genie bottle? You know what? It's going to be a done deal. But people with disabilities, and I'll wrap up, Mr. Chair, people with disabilities, my community, our community, whether or not you have a disability today, that is temporary. Our bodies are temporary.
Thank you.
They,
Oh, yeah.
we don't experiment on disabled people. That has a long and nasty history. And so while I understand this idea of let's make these cuts and come back later, at what cost? There is a human cost. Finally, as the commentator noted, and as I have spoken with a few directors and I did put on everyone's desks, it was less than 1 year ago, we went to taxpayers and said, in our talking points, in our town halls, in press releases, and in this boardroom, that we needed to de-Bruce and keep the Tabor override in order to, I'm quoting from the ballot language, maintaining the availability of services for people with disabilities. We can't, less than 1 year later, take that off. We just can't, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And that concludes my comments, and I appreciate you giving me grace, sir.
Thank you, Director. Treasurer Banker.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Well,
Just,
Paul-
and just as a reminder, just, we are debating currently the amendment that is getting proposed, so.
First of all, thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. That you made some wonderful speeches, and it certainly was heartfelt, and it hits home here. A couple of comments. First of all, thank you for offering the amendment to reduce the fare from $6.50 to $4.50. I've also been told by some folks that the live fare, sometimes it's difficult for some to go through the paperwork or the app online to get that done. So I'm hoping that our staff can assist folks that need help to apply for the live fare, because then that, of course, would reduce it substantially in half. So it'd be great if we could assist or work with other nonprofits to help them assist folks to get that discount. One of our speakers, in fact, I believe it was a former board director here, suggested that we come up with a monthly pass idea. I think that's excellent because we've got a monthly pass for all our other riders. Perhaps we should have a monthly pass for our riders here on Access on Demand, and perhaps even for Access-a-Ride. So I'd like to know if you would be open to an amendment to your amendment to ask our operations folks to come back in September with a proposal for a monthly boarding pass for Access on Demand.
So I'm not,
Yes, I need some help on the administrative.
so I want to be, yeah, Mr. Kroll.
My recommendation to directors, because I know there's a number of different ideas percolating out there, is Director Bouquet has attempted to address 4 areas in his amendment. So an idea such as yours, Director Banker, or some of the others that have been bandied about would be perfectly fine to discuss and debate separate and apart from the motion to amend. You could simply make a subsequent motion to amend once you've moved through this
Thank you.
amendment.
Then I will withdraw, wait for the vote on the amendment that's on the floor, and propose my amendment at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harwick? And Chandler.
I'm going to give just a small spiel, and then I'm going to try to amend the amendment. I think that we should look at AOD as, I know that this is a little bit of a 4-letter word for some people, but this is the future of transit, in my opinion. Director O'Keefe, you really stole so much of my thunder. I just want to replicate what you said. I think that we are a multimodal agency, which was referenced earlier. We are leading the future, and this to me is just the beta test of what we can become, and I think what we are likely to become in the future. So I think instead of trying to make this less accessible to our community, we should try to make it more accessible to our community, and we should figure out how to make this work better and use it as an example of what we could do to AAR and then also to the partnership program and other things that we operate, because I think that this really is the future, and we should figure out how to utilize it and not shy away from it. So I want to amend the amendment to actually lower this from $4.50 to $2.50 and have the live fare be $1.25.
Do we have a second? Second. And Risha is a second. Okay.
Chair Bouquet, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Kroll.
Just a point of parliamentary process here. The amendment may be amended, but the amendment to the amendment may not be amended. So, Director Harwick's question before you all is relatively, it constrains the conversation specifically to the base fare and live fare conversation. And the reduction, again, Director Harwick, was?
So it was $2.50 for base fare and then $1.25 for live.
Correct. Okay.
Sir, I have a point of order, or maybe point of clarification, because it's getting late. Is that okay?
Yeah.
When you introduced this, did you introduce it as a substitute motion, or did we vote to put the original motion coming out of OSS on the table first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You moved the original.
Yeah, we removed
the original. Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Yep.
It's late.
Yep.
I forgot. Thank
You're
you.
good. Yep. Okay. So now, again, as a reminder, we're now specifically talking about fare. Secretary.
So this is actually a question for GM CEO Johnson. Do you have numbers for what the chair's amendment would cost? And do you have, by chance, the ability to put together quickly numbers for what the sub-amendment would cost? I realize we got this far in the conversation and no one's told us how much we're going to spend by passing the chair's amendment, and then how much it would cost to do.
Ms. Johnson?
So thank you very kindly for the question, Secretary Nicholson and Mr. Chair, for the recognition to address. I have Aaron Vallejos, who's approaching the table, who's serving as the acting assistant deputy general, or sorry, the assistant to our deputy chief operation officer of bus. It's easier to say it that way, who has been shepherding this initiative, and she does have preliminary numbers relative to the amendment that the chair put together. I do not have numbers relative to what was just discussed, as that was less than 5 minutes ago. So if you could please give us grace, but Ms. Vallejos could address the amendment posed by the chair. Thank
Ms.
you.
Vallejos?
Thank you, everyone. Erin Vallejos, Acting Deputy Assistant General Manager of Bus Operations. Oh, I'm sorry, and I'll try to go a little slower as well. I think I have the longest title possibly at RTD. So thank you, everyone. In looking at the numbers, it does look like the proposed changes in the with the amendment would lead to about 1.4 million less that we would receive in revenue. And again, we've been kind of trying to keep the numbers that we use for assumptions consistent. So that 1.4 million, if usage continues to increase, that number would obviously increase as well. But that is what we anticipate based on the amendment.
Thank you very much. Secretary, does that conclude your question?
Yes, I have a quick follow-up to that. It's my understanding from our 2025 budget, and maybe this is a question for GMCO Johnson, that an hour of bus service for us in 2025 is about $210. That's what we had in the budget. Am I getting that figure correct?
Ms. Johnson?
Recognizing I don't have that in front of me, I can say that sounds good, but I don't like to operate based on assumptions. We have our CFO here and Jesse Carter, who is our Senior Manager of Service Planning. And if they can't answer the question, I would be more comfortable in circling back with something memorialized whereby I can stand by that number as opposed to talking off the top of my head. I don't think that's a prudent course of action.
Thank you. CFO or?
Doesn't want to work for me. I'm sorry. No, it finally came on. So I think we're good. I think we're good. I, like CEO and GM Johnson, I don't want to speak out of the side of my neck or in the wrong place, but believe the cost per hour, it does vary by type of service, and there's a round number that I don't have in front of me, but I will certainly get that to you as soon as possible. But I think that number is closer to $180 per hour, to tell the truth, but I will double check that.
Thank you. CFO?
I concur that we should go back and review and provide you a more accurate figure, but thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to come back to you, Secretary. Director Nick Chandler.
I have a question of procedure. Thank you, Chairman. This is extremely difficult to vote on each of these. Is there a possibility to break up this amendment so that we can vote on each of those individually? You're trying to group all of these together, and I think it's a little more difficult for someone to come up with a singular vote. So I would propose that you break these up based on the access and demand services, including the area of 3/4 of a mile. And then the second, explicitly state there's no waiting period, and then the fare be also its own. So that's what I would suggest.
So would this be a motion to divide the question? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mr. We can. Yeah,
we have to wait until after the amendment is voted on, or the amendment to the amendment, but I was in the queue of asking a question, so I wanted to get it in.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, sir?
Yeah.
Could we ask, or could we check for a second? I believe you can ask to divide the question on an amendment if it's a multi-part amendment.
Yes.
But
You can't. Yeah, but this would be the amendment of the amendment.
right, so my discussion has to come after the vote on Director Harwick's discussion on the cost or the price or.
Yep.
So, just wanted to-
Director Geisinger?
Thank you, and thanks for all the amendments. I'm trying to figure out, my first question is kind of a math question that does seem relevant. My other ones, I think, would help me make the decision. If going from 650 to 450 means 1.4 million in less revenue, does going to 250 mean another 1.4 million, $2 each mean another 1.4 million in lost revenue? Ish. Yeah, thank you.
Ish, but again, that's probably close, but I'm not really comfortable without having fully analyzed it, committing to
Sure.
anything.
I understand. And then, one thing that I've heard tonight, and thank you all for coming. I think you raise a lot of really compelling arguments. But one thing I've heard tonight, or two things, I guess. One is that this saves about $84 per ride, and I'm not sure if that's the right number. I'm not sure if Access-a-Ride costs 106 but is this program, is there a way to see if this is moving people from Access-a-Ride and saving us money in Access-a-Ride? I haven't seen that presented to us. Or is this new people or I assume maybe a combination of both?
Yes, I would say it's probably a combination of both, but again, we are not seeing a decrease in Access-a-Ride usage directly or even anywhere, definitely not correlated, but we are not seeing that decrease in Access-a-Ride use. We are seeing both programs kind of access on demand a little bit more extreme, but also demand on Access-a-Ride has been going up as well.
Yeah, that is interesting. And is this program currently under budget, and what does that mean to you? I mean, I don't know where we are in terms, we're certainly mid-year.
Yeah, so again, these were kind of scenarios that we put together with information that we had at that time, but we are continuing to see usage increase. So it is possible by the end of the year, without any changes, that we may exceed budget. Again, I know there were some numbers out there that made it seem like we might not, but as usage continues to increase, it is possible that we could exceed that budget by the end of this year, and we would have to come back and ask for additional funding.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
further
Ms. Johnson?
add some information. Additionally, when we put together the budget for fiscal year 2025, recognizing that discussions have ensued relative to us exploring this program for 17 months, we based our budget for 2025 relative to modifications being made. Hence, when the conversation ensued with this body, when we were looking at 2024, 2025, we said that we weren't making any adjustments at the time, but for the projection aspect from a fiscal vantage point, that's where we're talking about we could have a situation where the costs exceed what is budgeted just by virtue of the time relative to our assumptions about program modifications. That's just contextual. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Larson?
I don't know. I just wanted to ask the question really of anybody. What do we spend as a percentage of our total operating budget on paratransit relative to other peer agencies? Do we know? Do we have any sense of that?
If I may, so first and foremost, it's important to consider that we have a 2,345 square service mile area. So say you looked at the city and county of San Francisco that has 49 square miles. So while they're not, I wouldn't qualify it a peer, there's different operating characteristics. I'm going too fast, I apologize. Let me back up. So I was stating that we have a 2,345 square mile service area. There's different sizes of service areas with different transit agencies. recognizing that by far RTD has the largest service area by virtue of vehicle miles traveled. There's the probability that there could be additional costs, but I can't state that for certain, recognizing that there's different paratransit programs that are more in line with the operating characteristics of a service area for a transit agency. Hence, I cannot give you a definitive answer.
Director Larson. Okay. All right. And going back again, we are currently discussing specifically the amendment to the amendment. Secretary?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sorry, Director Busick, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're
my
recognized.
hand's been up for quite some time, and this will be Director Nicholson's third time speaking. So
Well,
like
I haven't
to
seen your
talk
hand. My
about-
apologies. So you're recognized, Director Busick.
Okay. Thanks very much. So my comments will not only apply to the amendment, but indirectly to the amendment itself. You know, I first considered the bouquet amendment last week, and I thought, well, maybe this is the best we're going to get. Maybe this is the best we can do. It's a bitter pill to swallow. It's a lesser of two evils. Then I thought, why do we have to settle for that? Then I got calls from constituents. And then I heard the impassioned pleas from the people present at the boardroom today, most notably in my mind, my friend, the groovy Director Folska, who really talked about what's this going to do to our reputation and the trust that we're trying to rebuild in the community when we make a decision that negatively impacts a critical component of our community. I'll keep it short. I agree with what Director Rusha had to say and her impassioned speech as well. And I also agree with Director O'Keefe in that he said that maybe there does come a time where this is a budget issue, but I don't think we're there either. I'm going to vote in opposition to all amendments, including the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Busick. Secretary Nicholson.
Thank you. Respecting Director Busick's comment about we are not there, I just have a couple of quick fire questions for GMCO Johnson to raise that question. The first one is, if we were to do nothing, if as Director Busick wants us to, and let the program go on the way that it is, what kind of impact would that have on our budget? And what choices as GMCEO would you have to make to account for the increase in spending on this program were it to continue in the way that it is right now?
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Secretary Nicholson, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So holistically, as we're in the midst of budget development, we are going to have some difficult choices. I know I've had independent conversations with you all today, and I'm going to be forthright in my response. We have yet to engage on this topic. I, as your employee, collectively you as the policy body, but just today I was apprised that we're going back to our leadership within the organization because we have to make some difficult decisions relative to what our various work units have put forward for their budget requests for 2025. We are looking at a myriad of different elements, and we're going to have some difficult decisions as we look at our 5-year financial forecast as it relates to bus and rail services. We're projecting no greater than a 1% increase if that's where we're going to go. But on the flip side of it, there could be a higher increase because I've been very adamant. We are people in the people business. It's not my intention to do a reduction in force. I want to avoid that at all costs moving forward. A lot of this information I'm giving you is hot off the presses relative to a meeting I had today with finance staff, and I'm having a further meeting next week with the CFO and members of her team. And so even my leadership team has yet to hear this because we had a discussion and then I participated in this meeting. So not trying to cause alarm, but I believe it is my responsibility to apprise you accordingly. And that's where we sit currently today.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay.
Can I follow up with that?
You got 30 seconds.
Yep. And then second question, I pulled up the board briefing documents from May, and it's my understanding that this program, as it is currently construed, is growing 28% year over year for 2025 in the number of trips that we are offering. So we're talking about potentially around a 30% per year expansion in the usage of this service as of right now. Is that about your understanding for where we're at with AOD if we were to do nothing?
Ms. Johnson.
I will yield the floor to Ms. Vallejos. Once again, I don't have the documents in front of me, and I am not one to answer questions without doing my due diligence.
Ms. Vallejos.
Thank you for the question. Right now for 2025, we are seeing actually trips increasing about 11% per month. So it is a little bit lower than the 28% that you were seeing, but it is, but again, that is updated with some additional information from June. And so it is very likely, it could have been a little bit higher. But again, I do think we could see that increase again come the fall.
Thank you. Okay. Director Guzman, final comment, and then I'm going to take us to a vote for the amendment of the amendment.
District C lost a hell of an advocate in Margaret Atencio, who passed away and was a dedicated Access-a-Ride user, not using Access on Demand by her own decision, even though there is plenty of opportunity to improve Access-a-Ride here. I am struck really hard in this moment to move any of this forward. I think it's wrong. If we're going to consider, please let me finish. If we are going to consider giving hundreds of thousands of dollars to a train, and we are going to turn our back on the paratransit community, people with disabilities, I will be there one day with you. I don't drive on a regular basis, y'all. I will be losing my vision because of a disease that has no cure. And we all get old. I just had to help carry my grandmother up our front porch steps today at 88 because her knees lock because of her arthritis. I've never had to do that in my life, and it broke me as a human being. I cannot in good faith move forward with this. I will be voting no on all of the changes until we do better. It's the one thing we have been asked to do for over 12 months. And it is the only thing that we need to be focused on right now. So I'm sorry, but on any amendments and on the main motion, I will remain a no. We have to find a different way to do this. And I will not go back on my word when I stood up in front of the community that I gathered, hosted a town hall, and I used this very talking point on this paper with people present to ask them to continue to debruce us so we can use the money the right way. I know it's hard. Other people have said their part. I am in agreement and alignment with what Director O'Keefe said. To our constituents, to my constituents in District C, there may come a time when we have to have a different type of conversation, but you get to elect people to the state and to the federal level that we all get to lobby together. And we need to make sure that we put funding into public transportation in a different way than what we're doing right now. And I'm sorry, this is going to affect any future vote about anything to do with Northwest Rail or Northern Trains or any type of infrastructure vote that we have if we move forward with this the way that it has been presented from District C. I'm a hard no.
Okay. Thank you, Director Guzman. We're going to do a vote. So the vote is on Director Harwick's amendment to the amendment. So just as a reminder, directors, this is Director Harwick's amendment to the amendment, which reduced base fare to $250 and then the live fare to $125. Treasurer Banker.
Yes.
Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Guchenritter.
No.
Director Guzman.
No.
Director Harwick,
Yes.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Secretary Nicholson,
No.
Director O'Keefe,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
No.
Director Rusha,
No.
Second Vice Chair Whitmore.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that'll pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 yeses and 5 noes. So now the amendment has been updated with Director Harwick's language. The base fare will now be, as the amendments proposed, would be down to 250. Live fare would be down to 125. Okay, back to now the amendment. Is there any further discussion on the amendment itself?
Your amendment?
My amendment. Yes, Director Chandler.
I ask that we split the amendment up according to the different sections, putting the base fare and the live fare together and the access on demand service area separately, along with the AOD certification separately. So we have 3 questions at hand, sir.
Okay, so
Point of information, since we're on the amendment, oh, sorry, yes, you're right. I cannot to amend that motion.
So we're right around now. So Director Chandler has asked to split the
Yeah.
motion into 3. And so we have to vote on that.
Okay.
And I need a second on that. Yeah, Director Rusha.
Second.
I think
Yeah,
I was
Director
like, it's been
Rusha.
seconded. May I, point of information, I need some information. So my understanding, and I probably misread the cart, and our transcriber is having a hard time keeping up with us. I thought that Director Harwick's motion or amendment to lower it to 250 would come after. Did we just vote to lower or did we just vote for a fare of 250 or 450?
250.
So could you politely entertain me for a motion to reconsider so that I can vote yes?
Yes,
Okay, thank you, sir.
you're welcome. So it passes 11-4. So now the motion now would be, I need a second from Director Chandler to actually.
Second.
Okay, Pagliari is the second. Okay, so now we're good. Yeah.
Point of information.
Yeah.
If I'd like to divide the question, including the base and the live fare, so that we had the base fare, the live fare, the region, and the waiting period as separate questions, because some of us have very different opinions on the base fare and the live fare, would that be acceptable to you, Director Chandler?
Sure, I'll accept that friendly amendment to my amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. So so now we're voting on to divide the question into 4 parts, Secretary. Okay. We got to take a vote on that then. This is to divide the question. This is to divide the question. This is what you're voting on. Treasurer Banker.
No.
Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Gutschenritter.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Sure.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yeah.
Director O'Keefe.
Mildly confused, yes.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Rusha.
What Director O'Keefe said, or First Vice Chair O'Keefe.
Director Whitmore.
I'm not confused, and yes.
I'm a no, but they got outvoted. Okay. So we have divided the question into 4 parts. Each are going to be their own separate amendment now. What conversation do you all want to have? So we're starting with reduced base fare from 650 to 250. So we're going to vote on this. Oh, sorry, yes.
Just to clarify, you're not voting on the final motion here. You're voting on the amendment. So you're going to now tackle each of the 4 component parts of the amendment, and then you would return, in theory, to the main motion on the floor.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is passed. That's 250, 125.
It is, yes. Yes, Mr. Kroll.
So what you all passed was an amendment to the amendment. You are now voting on the amendment in 4 parts. So you
Mhm.
all need to re-vote on whether you want the fare to be 250.
Yes.
That's where you're at.
Yep. Yes, Dr. Hartward.
If I have, if I have another amendment, do I offer it now? Not yet.
Not
Okay,
yet.
that's all I wanted to clarify. That's it.
Not yet, thank you. Any discussion regarding the base fare reduction 650 to 250? Director Catlin?
We had some questions about what the overall cost could be, and I think we weren't able to come up with a number, but I would really like to see what that would be.
Any further discussion on base fare? Yes.
This is for GMCO Johnson or staff. Based on our surveys, I believe we had a number in one of the packets on what percentage of the AOD ridership is likely to be a, regular versus qualify for live fare. Do we know off the top of your head, do we have the information of basically how would it break down? What's the likely breakdown between the number of riders, percentage of riders who would qualify for the base fare versus who would qualify for the live fare? I feel like if it, could help us understand the size of what we're talking about here. If most of these riders are, low income, then they would get the live fare. And, so I was hoping maybe you could speak to how you've seen that when you've done budget estimates of the live fare versus the base fare in previous months, because I know that there were specific estimates around the cost of the live fare changes, cost of the base fare. I was hoping somebody could speak to how that splits up.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Once again, I do not have that information readily available to provide for you all in this forum. And while I hear chuckling in the audience, I think this is a very serious matter, and I would be remiss and derelict in my duties if I were to make an assumption upon which you are taking a critical vote for the betterment of our customer segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Yeah, Director Guzman.
I would,
Yep. We will have order in the room. Thank you. Enough of the side chatter. Director Guzman.
I believe it would be proper order to request that 1 and 2 until currently what we're looking at, number 1 and number 2, because we need financial information from the agency and they need to have time to do that, be committed, which means those 2 questions must go back to operations and safety and security until that information can be presented and then brought back to the board. The proper motion is to commit, which means it goes back to a committee. I'm not asking lightly. I know what I am suggesting, but I would move to commit 1 and 2 back to operations, safety, and security until such time as we have answers that have been thoroughly researched and presented back to the board of directors.
Thank you. Director Geisinger?
I don't really oppose moving that back, but I guess maybe Ms. Mackey can help me. If we have a number and we take $2 off from 650 to 450 and it's a $1.4 million loss in revenue, we take $2 more off, it should be another $1.4 million loss in revenue, right?
Ms. Johnson or Ms. Vallejos?
I suppose we could induce demand, but we don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you very kindly. That's the point that we were trying to express. Sorry, once again, Deborah Johnson, General Manager, Chief Executive Officer. There's different factors to take in consideration. If it were simply as put as you did, Director Geisinger, we would provide those numbers, but there's so many different elements relative to this topic at hand.
So we would go back to the committee to analyze the induced revenue, I guess, right? Is that what the answer
Well,
is?
what I would offer up to this committee, it would be extremely helpful. While I heard some chatter in the audience that I should have done my homework. On the flip side of it, I didn't know what I didn't know relative to what we put forward, and we have amendments coming. So I just want to ensure that everybody is well-versed in where we are sitting as staff, because I'm proud of the work that my team has done. This has been a continuous conversation. We want to lean into the moment and provide you with adequate information to make an informed decision, but without having the professional courtesy of having the information beforehand, we are remiss in not doing what we need to do in the most professionally courteous fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to
Director?
finish. Yeah, I don't, I mean, if that's the preference of staff, I don't have a problem with taking it back. I just was hoping we could make some decisions tonight, so.
Second.
Okay, so then we're in discussion to bring this back to the committee. So just the, yeah, sure.
For the record, what I am suggesting comes from Robert's Rules 6.53. But it may be that much time would be required to amend the main motion properly, or that additional information is needed, so that it would be better to turn the motion or resolution over to a committee for study or redrafting before the assembly considers it further. We are the assembly. Such action can be postponed by moving to commit the question or refer it to a committee. That is what I'm asking for. That is what has been seconded. It is for number 1 and 2 to return that back to OSS for financial information that we do not currently have. So we give and afford our staff the opportunity to bring back numbers so we can fully understand what this entails. I think that's a reasonable request. I know it's not something any of us wanted to do tonight, but I do believe that's the proper way to go. So I would encourage a yes vote. And I thank in advance Chair Harwick and Vice Chair Chandler for taking that back through committee so that we can bring it to the board for a vote later.
Do we have a second on that?
You had.
Larson was the second. Excellent. Before the vote, Director Gutschner, yeah.
Yeah, I would just ask that we repackage all 4 of them together to keep it complete as we're discussing it, as it goes back to the committee and then comes back to the board.
I'm not sure if we can repackage is the only thing.
Point of information.
Yeah.
So we're currently on an amendment, not the main motion. I don't believe we can refer an amendment. I believe we have to pass or not pass an amendment, and then you can refer the main motion back to committee, and maybe we could split it to accomplish what you're going for, though I agree with Mr. Gutenritter, who is saying that it would probably be better to put the whole thing back to committee if we were to somehow divide that. Mr. Kroll, is that correct, that we would have to pass the amendment before we could refer it back to committee?
I believe Director Guzman cited Robert's rules there, in which it indicated if there were questions pending on the amendment that deserved further inquiry, you could send it back. It is getting very convoluted here, though. My recommendation is that you tackle the amendment and then have a vote to send the whole thing back or not to the committee of reference. You could divide the question at that point too and send back. But again, you've started your conversation on an amendment to the recommendations, which is removing everything one step further from the main motion, which is your end goal here. So my recommendation is get yourself back to the main motion of the recommendations and then move to recommit the entire thing or divide certain elements back to the committee. That being said, Director Guzman did indicate that it is allowable under Robert's rules to do it this way. It's just getting very convoluted, and I think people are losing the train here.
Excuse me. Point of order, Mr. Chair. Director Guzman did make a proper motion. It's a subsidiary motion because what we have before us is dividing the question, which means each individual question is its own, acting as its own action. So it is proper, and while I respect Mr. Kroll's opinion on how we should govern, I just want to offer that it is proper and appropriate and common.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think what Mr. Kroll is offering is a way for us to more clearly describe what we're passing and what we're not passing. And so I think it's absolutely allowed for us to do it right now. I think it would be better, not just for the understanding of people in the room, but also I think the board has these questions in front of us, and the committee would be better served by knowing how the board's going to vote in the future when we're going to basically be reconsidering this again in a month.
Yeah. Agreed. Director Guzman?
Well, both of the points that I was gonna make were
Okay.
made, so I'm not sure what we would like to do.
I think I think the best method actually probably would be to vote on each of these amendments and then go to the main motion at hand. And then if we'd want to split it and send it back to committee, we could do that. Does that make sense? I think that's the best way to follow. I think that's just the best to vote on all these, so.
Okay.
And then, yeah, these are just the amendments themselves and then go back to the main motion.
For the record, the listing of individual subsidiary motions, which happens when you divide the question, which is where we're at right now, this is the proper motion to commit. So if we commit after we vote on each of these, let's say we go through and we vote on each of them, fine. When we're back to the main one, there's no way to assure that we are going to commit this financial piece back to the committee unless we send the whole thing back. Or we divide the question a second time and do this.
Yep. You divide the question the second time.
So I'm going to trust that my fellow directors are not going to call the question immediately after we finish this because that would be truly unfair. Or I'm going to stick with where we're at and not withdraw my motion and make you vote right now.
Yep.
Do I have your confirmation, everybody? A hand or a nod, please?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
I will withdraw the motion.
Thank you. We got to keep this going, guys. So any further questions or comments regarding the first, to reduce base fare from $6.50 to $2.50? Okay, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Director Banker?
Clarification, we're voting on the first part, 650 to 250.
Correct, Treasurer.
Yes.
Director Busick? Director Catlin?
No.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Guchenritter?
No.
Director Guzman?
No.
Director Hardwick?
Yes.
Director Larson?
Yes.
Director Nicholson?
Absolutely not.
Director O'Keefe?
Yes.
Director Pegulari?
No.
Director Risha?
Yes.
Director Whitmore?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pass. Passes. Okay, moving on to the second. Reduce live fare from $3.25 to $1.25. Is there any comments or questions on this? Roll call vote. Treasurer Banker? Director Busick?
Yeah.
Director Catlin?
No.
Director Chandler?
No.
Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Guchenritter?
No.
Director Guzman?
No.
Director Hardwick?
Yes.
Director Larson?
Yes.
Director Nicholson?
Yes.
Director O'Keefe?
Yes.
Director Pegulari?
No.
Director Risha?
Yes.
Director Whitmore?
Yes.
I'm a yes, passes with 10-5. Moving on to the next one. Is there any discussion or comments of clarification on the third offered amendment? Yes, Director Pegulari.
How would this change the trip subsidy from what already exists to this amendment? Like, what is it right now? And what and then it changes to $20?
The quarter mile one, Director
Oh,
Pegulari?
I'm sorry, I was looking at
That's okay.
the wrong one.
That's okay. Director Nicholson? Yeah.
Yeah, not to be self-interested, but can you just explain what the issue is with the language that was passed out of committee versus what's in this, just for my own edification?
Yeah, I think, so my interpretation, and I don't want to speak for staff on this, is it kind of, kind of makes it clear and just kind of cleans up the language in regards to, all areas that are lying within 3/4 of a mile of all fixed route bus service, including regional and commuter routes. Yeah, Mr. Kroll.
I believe my understanding is that the term origins and destinations was the hangup. Origins and destinations are a term of vernacular for service planning, and that was what's tripping. If you're a customer and you're a rider origins and destinations mean something different than if you're a service planner.
Yep.
If I may,
Yeah, Ms. Johnson, yeah.
I would like to have staff within the operational realm, no disrespect intended, Mr. Kroll, but just for clarity purposes, because as we're talking about service planning and talking about this, these other elements, I believe what's germane is to ensure that there's a clear-cut understanding from the policy body relative to what we're trying to do and the operational impact. So, Ms. Vallejos, if I could yield the floor to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin Vallejos again. Yes, the origin and destination terminology was kind of the concern because I think the intent was to include the regional routes, for example, EV, CV, P, and expressly stating that then does include the full route, whereas again, origin and destination would just be where that route started and where that route ended, which I don't think was your intent.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any further discussion on this? Yeah, Director Ruja.
I think I know the answer, but details matter. Just want to clarify, if one of our vendors goes a quarter mile or a few blocks outside of our service area because that is the shortest distance between two lines or that's the fastest route, that is okay in their route.
Yes, this would not impact routing, but this would impact, again, ensuring pickup and drop-off locations.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to amend the language to simply say, the access on demand service area shall include all areas within the RTD service area. I believe that members of the public made a good point, and that if we're going to be making changes to the fare that will cost lots of money, we can make a small change to the service area that will not cost very much money and accommodate some of the folks who live in rural parts of Broomfield and other areas. So.
Do you have a second on that?
Sure do.
Okay, Hardwick has a second. Director Ruja, yeah.
I'm in support of this concept. And I also don't use paratransit. Like, I could just hop on a bus or a train and know what that's like, but I'm not a paratransit user. So could someone from staff please explain the functional difference between what the amendment is and the amendment to the, or excuse me, the motion and the amendment to the amendment? I am all down for this. Just want to know what I'm voting on.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, from what I gathered from Secretary Nicholson's amendment, basically by saying the service area, if I want confirmation here, you remove the 3/4 of a mile.
Yes, this would take it to what it is right now, which is anywhere in the RTD service area.
Right. That's what I inferred from your statement. Regardless if it was within, because this is a supplemental premium paratransit service, not that of complimentary ADA relative to the Federal Transit Administration guidelines.
Correct.
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. Chandler.
I have a question. I'm not sure who to address it to, maybe Ms. Vallejos. So currently, Access-a-Ride has a geographical limitation. The amendment, to my knowledge, would take a geographical limitation away. And is that considered unequitable, or what would that be considered? I just see that the disparity between these two would now be even larger.
Ms. Johnson.
If I may, Director Chandler, answer that question. Keeping in mind what I just responded to Secretary Nicholson about relative to where we sit, I don't want to use the term equitable in the sense of being a legalized term, but from a fairness vantage point, the difference is we have a supplemental premium service, and this up to this body to have a discussion and draw boundaries around that, whereby as being a recipient directly of federal funding from the government, we have to ensure that we adhere to some guidelines. So on the face of it, if we're looking at it through the lens, yes, there's some fairness issues, but keeping in mind as we look at the different modes that we provide service to relative to how we may deadhead a service and not allow people on a bus because it needs to get back to a division, one could say that's unfair when you have people standing at a stop. So it really, in the grand scheme of things, is within the purview of what this body wants to do. But if I were to answer the question and we talk about our services as a whole, we're trying to have a comprehensive transportation network. And one could argue the point that it may not be fair to all, just as we've heard from some public commenters that not everybody and they may not have, and they may not all have wheelchair accessible vehicles. So in a sense, it may not be fair for somebody in a mobility device versus someone else to utilize the system. So I'd leave that with you from that perspective.
Excellent. Any further comments, questions on the amendment? Yeah.
Just a question for Ms. Vallejos. It's my understanding that it was something on the order of 95% of all AOD trips start within the 3/4 of a mile service area as of right now of the fixed route. So we would not be talking about a terribly large number of trips. And obviously, everyone pays taxes to RTD regardless of where they live in the service area. So, there does seem to be, especially for, Director Catlin's district, Director Whitmore's district, even Chair Bouquet's district, substantial areas that are not within that quarter, or 3/4 of a mile that would be, left out of this. Am I correct in understanding that, 95% of trips are within the current boundaries? So we're not talking about a huge amount of money here?
Ms. Velez.
Thank you for the question. So when we did our last analysis, that is an accurate statement that 95% of the trips would still have occurred. But again, I want to note that as the program continues to grow, the number of those trips is probably going to continue to grow. And something that that we've discussed, but I want to make sure is reiterated, is a large part of this recommendation is related to our wheelchair accessible vehicles. The majority of trips provided that on Access on Demands that need a wheelchair accessible vehicle are provided through RTD accessoride vehicles. And again, as the demands for that increases, we are pulling away from our accessoride service. When we first did our analysis, it was reducing capacity on accessoride by about 10%. At most recent analysis, it was about 17. So that number is increasing, and just wanted to note that was part of why staff is making this recommendation.
Thank you. Okay. We are going to vote on on Director Nicholson's amendment. And again, that would be the motion to amendment to read: the Access on Demand service shall include all areas that lie within the Regional Transportation District. Director Banker.
No.
Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
No.
Director Geisinger. Your vote.
This would be looked at again by a committee, but I think yes.
Director Guchenritter.
No.
Director Guzman.
No.
Director Harwick.
Yes.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yes.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
No.
Director Rusha.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
By all means, yes.
I'm a no, but it'll pass 9-6. Okay. Yes, Mr. Kroll.
Just a reminder, that was the motion to amend the amendment, so now you need to vote on that as part of the division of the question, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Got it.
Are we ready for the vote on that? Any discussion on that? Okay. So we're now voting, that was just to amend the motion. We're now on the motion itself. Yes.
Just quickly, this is going to have another impact on finances, so we're probably needing to send this back to make sure that it's reviewed and properly vetted so that we can make it a vote.
Yep. Kip? Secretary Nicholson, quickly.
I just have a question for GMCO Johnson. Would you prefer that we pass this as is or send it back to the OSS committee?
Not a director.
Yes, not a director.
Right.
Ms.
Mr. Chair,
Johnson, yeah.
considering that this came out of OSS committee as a recommended action, I think it would behoove us to understand the intent of this policy body because we can do our due diligence and be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Treasurer Banker.
The motion that had just passed is huge, okay? So there is a big fiscal note attached to it that we do not know at all what it is. With regard to the reduction of fare from 650 to 250, you know, I can do a back of the envelope amount and I can tell you we were going to be adding 5.6 million to our budget, our revenues, minus approximately my number, not staff's, about 2.4 million. So we'd still be making some additional revenue of 3.2 million. This motion that just passed is going to take a long time to do a fiscal note, and it's going to cost a lot. So I was not in favor of sending this back to operations or to finance, either committee. But now after this particular amendment has passed, now it has to go back to committee because we have no idea what we just voted on.
I'm going to call the vote.
Hello?
Any further yes, Director Busick.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just want to make sure I have this clear. So we're going through these components of the amendment one at a time. Once we get to the point where we have a brand new amendment, we're going to vote on that. Then we're going to entertain, I believe, probably Director Guzman's motion to send it back to committee. If that passes, everything goes back to the committee, right? The main motion as amended goes back to committee. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. Okay. All right, let's take a vote on this then. Treasurer Banker.
Sorry, point of information, what are we voting on?
Yeah, what is
So you're voting on the motion to amend. So you're voting on the access on demand service area shall include all areas that lie within the regional transportation district.
We just took that vote.
No, you voted if you wanted to amend it, and now you're going to vote on
Okay.
it
Yeah,
now
got it.
as amended.
Okay.
Treasurer Banker. Treasurer Banker.
No.
Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Busick, say again, please.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Guchenritter.
No.
Director Guzman.
Yes, on this one.
Director Harwick.
Also a yes.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yes.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
No.
Director Ruscia.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I'm a no. It passes 12-3. Okay, moving on to the fourth amendment, explicitly stating there's no waiting period to begin using AOD using appropriately certified. Is there any discussion on this?
Do you need to move? Somebody to move it?
It's already moved in second.
Okay.
Yes, Director Guzman.
Just a clarification question. What does appropriately certified mean in this context? Are we looking at regular certification, just appropriately certified for AOD, or are we using other government forms of certification for that? I want to make sure I understand.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very kindly. It's the same certification process we do for the ADA mandated paratransit program.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Are there any no votes? Okay, that amendment will pass 15-0. Okay, we're now back We're now back to the main motion as amended. Director Guzman,
I move to commit.
the whole motion. Okay, the whole motion is moved to commit. Do we have a second?
Second.
Director Chandler, Mr. Kroll.
At the risk of being dense here, if there are other policy matters that you all want the committee to look at that you had intended to introduce, I think it would be best to set the table now as opposed to making that a surprise so that staff has direction on what analysis to complete. So am I making sense here?
Yes, I think
Okay.
that is more than appropriate, Director Chandler.
I withdraw my second.
I will withdraw the motion.
Yes, Director Harwick.
Sorry, everybody. I'm gonna make an amendment to explicitly allow multi-stop trips and leave it up to individual transportation network companies, TNCs, to decide whether to provide this functionality.
Second?
Okay, we have Harwick as the mover and Rusha as the second. Any discussion on this? Yes, Director Geisinger.
I really hear the issue on multi-stop trips. I'm very sympathetic to it, but I feel like that hasn't come to us, and it may need. I mean, what does that mean? Can people stop 4 times? Does it need some guardrails? I'd like to see that. Personally, I'd like to see that just committed to the committee to examine and bring something to us, because we haven't had anything brought to us yet.
Okay.
So I'll be, I guess, a no vote on that, but maybe make a motion after to commit this to be decided.
Director Harwick.
I just want to say that if we proceed with all of this, I will vote to bring this back to OSS. Like, I know that in OSS, I pushed this to get this done, but there have been a lot of changes and a lot of them were made by me. So, no,
We have to.
Yeah, but I just want to I am fully in support of bringing this back, looking at this with these decisions that have been brought, again, a lot by me. Because I think it's important that we look at the fiscal note and really look at what this is. And if we could get a little bit more information about, really get into the weeds about multi-stop. Again, I think that is vital that we bring it back. But I think for everybody's edification, that's a good thing.
Thank you. Director Geisinger.
So maybe a friendly amendment rather than moving to bring back multi-stop. Could we just ask staff to bring it to the committee? Because we haven't had anything, recommendation from staff. It hasn't been considered. Like I said, is it one stop? Is it, several stops? I'd like to see it. I'd like to see something a little more defined and considered at this point.
Point of
I'm
order.
asking you if you would be open to that as a friendly amendment.
Director Harwick.
Point of order.
Oh, yeah, Director Beasing.
Yeah. Just like numbers 1, 2, and 3 of the amendment, I think we need to get this into the amendment of the motion if it's going to get there, and then it'll be part of the referral back to the committee. But if it's not part of an amendment, I don't know what we're really going to be talking about, how it's going to come out of committee if it's not part of an amended motion. So I think we should probably go through the process of seeing if it's going to get in as an amendment and then referring it back.
Yeah. I think that would be the best recommendation, is just add it as the amendment. I'm going to recommend as the chair, I'm taking chair privilege here. This has to go back to the committee as it is amended. We could put this to a vote, or any further discussion on this. Yeah.
I think, the biggest concern that I think a number of us have with multi-stop is just the increasing cost. You end up with people taking multiple stops, and as a result of that, using more of the per trip subsidy. If we build this in a way where multi-stop doesn't mean more cost for the program, then obviously it's more convenient. So there's no reason not to do it. We just might have to make other changes in other places to keep the fiscal note the same.
Yes, Ms. Chandler. Director Chandler.
I have just an overall point that all of these discussions can happen within OSS. If you have a concern, you need to talk to the chairman of OSS, Director Harwick, and we will bring all of these, so we don't have to sit here and debate this tonight. It should be debated in OSS, not here. That is why we have these subcommittees. And if you are not attending OSS on a regular basis, then you should be if you have additional things that should be brought before that committee. So I would recommend that we just stop this entire discussion and move forward to putting this entire amendment to OSS back to the committee. And if you as a director have additional comments, please bring them before the committee so that we don't have to continue to have this discussion tonight.
Thank you, Director Chandler. I agree with that. My one ask would, if we are going to be sending this back to OSS, and I think my one big ask is going to be, we've heard a lot of public testimony. We've had 2 hours of debate now on this conversation itself. If we're sending it back to OSS and we actually see what the note is going to be with the cost of it, that is something that I'm going to respect what the decision is that comes out of OSS. And I think that's where we go forward. So, okay. So we do have a motion. Director Harwick as the mover and Director Risha as the second. Are there, I'm going to do a roll call vote on this. Director Banker.
Yes.
We're voting for motion to amend the AOD program modifications to explicitly allow multi-stop trips and leave the decision on whether to provide that functionality to the specific transportation network companies. Treasurer Banker, you're a yes? Director Busick.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Chandler.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Guccinetter.
Yes.
Director Guzman.
Yes.
Director Harwick.
Yep.
Director Larson.
Yes.
Director Nicholson.
Yes.
Director O'Keefe.
Yes.
Director Pagliari.
Yes.
Director Risha.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I'm a yes. That passes and yet unanimously. Okay. Any other amendments we want to add? Director Risha. Could this be submitted via writing? Are you offering an amendment or?
How about I make a comment?
Okay.
For OSS's consideration.
Okay.
May I, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay, one thing we did not discuss tonight, or in the initial staff proposal that came before OSS, was the reduction of the subsidy. So right now, it is at $25. Staff has proposed that we lower it to $20, which is also a fair increase. So I'm just asking that OSS also take that into consideration in committee. And I will not make an amendment tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now there's a motion to send this back to OSS, and that's what we'll be voting on next. Are you all good with that? Yes,
For
Director.
clarification, would it send the whole thing back to OSS or just parts of it?
As amended, the whole
All of
thing,
it? Okay.
as amended. Yeah, Mr. Kroll.
I think you technically need that motion on the floor. I know it's been mentioned several
fair.
times, but.
Director Guzman?
And I would offer,
Everybody ready? I move to commit this back to OSS.
I second.
Second.
Seventh.
I'm going to give it to O'Keefe. Guzman as the mover, O'Keefe as the second. Are there any no votes?
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. Oh, okay. The motion to recommit, I'm saying, the motion to commit it.
You may not.
Okay. Point of information then, can we make sure this comes back in September? Because we really should get this over with in the sense of not dragging it on for 10 more months.
I'm going to rely on staff. That's a lot of new information for staff, so I would hold it down to.
Yes, we are committed to doing that because time is of the essence, recognizing another item on your agenda relative to contract extensions. We don't know what we don't know because just by virtue of not taking any action, while we have interested parties in access on demand, by virtue of not taking action, we may not have any contractors. So time is paramount.
Thank you.
Hence, we will come back in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any no votes on the motion? Okay. Motion will be sent back to OSS and will be discussed and decided on in September. Mr. Kroll.
so you are roughly 4 minutes from the 4-hour mark of your meeting here. And per the board's bylaws, the matter is, the meeting would be set to adjourn upon the conclusion of the agenda item that is currently under consideration. So this one is no longer under consideration, but you're going to move into your committee reports and then into the GM and CEO report and the chair report, followed by unanimous consent, and then 2 additional recommended actions. My recommendation to you, given that you're coming up on the 4-hour mark and that it's been just about 2 hours since the cart provider had a break, is to determine before breaking what you all want to get through and make that motion and have that conversation and then take a break so you have a clear understanding as to what you're going to get done tonight.
Sounds good. Director Guzman.
I would like to consider adjusting our agenda, and current items about committee reports may be submitted in writing to all directors through the board office. Let's get to the, quickly, we can get through the approval of the board meetings. I think that will only take a few moments of our time, and then move to the unanimous consent agenda and try to tackle the last 2 items on our agenda so we don't have to have a continuation of the meeting. I believe that would be the best approach.
I think.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Director Rusha.
Just, I'm not sure if that was a suggestion or a motion, but I just wanted to ask that we leave time in other matters because our colleague passed away and I think some of us want to make comments.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. So recognizing this board's action relative to access on demand, just for everybody's edification, it would be most prudent that item K is carried over because basically the way it's written, it talks about a 6-month contract extension with existing providers. However, with that not to exceed amount, we don't know what that is, recognizing that there could be adjustments in reference to the financial commitment. Hence, that would not be heard tonight. So I just wanted to ensure that that was clear. Thank you for the opportunity to put that forward.
Thank you. Item K, excellent. Any objection on that before?
So then, the motion that you would be considering would be to complete all items on the agenda. Can you, through item J, with the exception of the committee reports, which would be submitted in writing?
To item K.
I don't have
Oh.
the letters in front of me and I can only see through item F.
Yes.
But what I would suggest also is that maybe, and this is up to the 2 of you to decide, I would leave it to you, but maybe all of our reports can be submitted in writing rather than verbally expressed in this meeting and added to the record later, but shared with all of the directors. So both the GM report, the chair report, like all of those reports, put them in writing, get them out to us. We can publish it with the packet as an addendum rather than take up time.
I second that.
Ms. Johnson, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Director Rusha.
Just going to forfeit it and all, but okay.
I just want to make a point of order because I don't know if we're proposing a motion, but the chair does have the exclusive right, because it's not otherwise outlined, to rearrange items on the agenda. So I don't know if perhaps that's something you can huddle with our GM CEO with during our break. But just, I trust you.
Yep. Well, yep. Okay. We do have to take a motion to extend though. Yes. Director Rusha.
I was going to make the motion to extend, and then I realized I forgot the other half of Mr. Kroll's instructions, so I lowered my hand.
Okay, so I believe the motion to extend would be to extend the meeting to include approval of the board minutes, the unanimous consent agenda, recommended action J, and a slight amount of other matters so that you all may make some comments on the director who recently passed.
Correct. And it's recommended action K. K is in kangaroo.
It's J.
It was Jay.
A point of clarification, sir, we need to go through K because you have to take action to
You have to
carry
do
that
Daly.
over. Yes, to take it back.
Okay,
Um, Point of
Fine.
information.
May I amend, sorry, may I amend
Can
my?
Point of information.
Point of information.
What happens if one of the unanimous consent items is pulled? No, I'm serious.
No, it won't be.
What?
Yeah.
So if something comes off the consent agenda, you would just tackle it as you.
Yeah,
normally
you
do.
just tackle it. You tackle it normally. So,
Okay.
yep. Director Risha?
I'm sorry, I wanted to modify the motion that I was about to make. I would like to make a motion that we recess for a period of time at the chair's determination and then come back and finish the agenda as written, given that the chair may amend the agenda as needed, and we trust him to figure that out during our break.
Sounds good. Second? Second. I already no votes. Let's do, what, 10-minute break? Is that good? Okay, 9:42.
Cover me and take the.
We're gonna get started. Okay. Board office staff, are we good? Yeah, let's get back. Excellent. All right, it is 9:45. So we are going to get through this as quickly as we can. We are now moved on to our next item, which is the approval of the board meeting minutes. The board and committee meeting minutes were included in the board packet. Are there any corrections from the board for the minutes to be approved this evening? Seeing none, unless there's objection considering the minutes all at the same time, may I please have a motion to approve the minutes for the following dates? June 24th, 2025, special board meeting, June 24th, 25, board meeting, July 7th, performance committee, July 10th, audit committee, July 15th, finance and planning committee, July 16th, operations, safety and security committee, July 24th, executive committee. The latter of all happened in 2025.
So
Including the
moved,
first two.
Guzman.
Guzman, who's the second?
Second.
All right, Guzman, Chandler. Is there any discussion? Is there any no votes? Item passes 15-0. We'll be skipping the chair's report and the general manager's report. We can submit that via writing if necessary. We're moving on now to unanimous consent. July has been a very busy month for our committees, and as a result, there are 9 items on the unanimous consent agenda. They are listed as, under section 16, as actions A through I. Those items are 2026 comprehensive operations analysis, the bus stop infrastructure and accessibility assessment contract amendment, the downtown rail reconstruction project, the East Metro hoist replacement contract award, US 36 and Sheridan bus platform expansion, bus maintenance facility alternatives analysis and National Environmental Policy Act study, August 2025 Title VI service equity analysis, my apologies, Cart. August 2025 service change, ratification of appointment of Director O'Keefe to the Operations, Safety and Security Committee. If anyone has a change to discuss or questions about any of the unanimous consent items, please feel free to advise the chair at this time, and I'll of course be happy to pull the unanimous consent item for consideration under recommended action. First, Vice Chair O'Keefe.
Just real briefly, I spoke with CEO GM Johnson on the downtown rail reconstruction contract, recognizing that she's in a position right now where she's going out to negotiate the terms of this contract, that there is nothing for us to review, but she and I did talk about an executive committee action or executive committee consideration for contracts above some certain amount, and clearly a $125 million one would be one that I think would fall in that. I don't think we should be trying to capture every contract that we empower her to negotiate, but I do think that going forward, hopefully we can come up with a process for what contracts come back before the whole board where she has exercised her expertise in negotiating it.
Duly noted. Director Risha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your patience. So I think we should certainly remove item I off of consent. Just kidding. I'm fine with I'm fine with First Vice Chair O'Keefe. I wanted to lighten the mood because I do want to ask that we remove item C, the downtown rail reconstruction project, off of unanimous consent. I'm just going to vote no for reasons I already stated in OSS without any other comment. Thank you, sir.
Item C has been removed. Director Pagliari.
I just want to echo Vice Chair O'Keefe's comments. I look forward to establishing a better process for these larger projects to better inform myself and my fellow board members, just so we have a little bit better understanding and can track some of these larger items. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Peculary, for your comments. Any further comments or questions? Do I have a motion to approve items A through H on the consent?
Busick, so moved.
Second.
Busick is the mover, Nicholson is the second.
Minus C.
It's A through H because it was A through I originally, and so we adjusted it because there is some agenda item moved.
Chair is still on his toes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the correction. All right. This suggested correction. Moving on, is there any no votes on the item? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing none, the item will pass 15-0. But I appreciate it. You guys are all looking out for one another, which I appreciate. There are now 3 remaining recommended actions on the agenda now. That is going to be, the first one is going to be the 2026 GM CEO short-term goal. Oh, excuse me, downtown rail reconstruction project. See, we're a team here. Project Progressive Design Build Contract Award. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have Chandler as the mover. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have Catlin as a second. Any discussion on this item? Yes, Secretary Nicholson.
Yes. So I actually want to talk a little bit about Phase 4, which did not come up in the OSS committee. There's obviously been some discussion at the city level around the impact of the work on Welton and concerns from community over there about whether or not they even want the rail at all. And I was just wondering if you could talk about, because I didn't see a date in the packet on where we're at right now for that phase of the project and what the planning is looking like for Phase 4. So can you maybe expand a little bit? I know it's not what we're going to be working on this fall, but it was included in the agenda item, so I figured I would ask about it.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Secretary Nicholson, for the question. As you may recall, at the meeting that we had in June, I provided the presentation that's contained in the packet. So with that as a backdrop, if we move forward, recognizing that this is a phase project and we have to work in tandem with the city and county of Denver, and as you spoke specifically about the Welton corridor, I received some correspondence from Mayor Johnston relative to the city and county's desire, especially as it relates to the council member who represents that area, Councilmember Watson, talking about what may be done to have a transit-enriched corridor, recognizing that this project is critically important as it relates to our asset renewal and maintaining our assets in a state of good repair. I communicated back in that correspondence that we were in the midst of this project, recognizing where we were. The city and county leadership basically understood that, and as we look at where we are with the schedule, once we are able to negotiate a contract with a contractor, we had agreed that we would look at this as the last phase. This would potentially give the city an opportunity to assess what they may want to do from a planning study. And there's monies that have been appropriated via Dr. Cog's mechanism. And so recognizing that context I just provided, don't have a date for you, but we know that would be the last phase of the project. And as we progress in working with the vendor, we'd have a better understanding of what that sequencing may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Guzman.
I'll be quick. Welton Corridor is in District C. I can confirm and affirm that that communication is going on. I am also involved in it with City Council member Watson. There is a new transit committee at the City and County of Denver. They have reorganized this year. It is a constant conversation that's happening right now on multiple levels. We are using a city right-of-way, and so that is a community conversation that will happen within my district, and I am happy to report back to this body any information that I have. It's in the nascent stages at this point. Because this is not what we are looking at right now, I am going to ask that we continue on with the matter at hand, and we save that for a more appropriate time when there's more information to be shared. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment, questions, or discussion? Okay, I know Director Arusha indicated that they would be voting no. If you could raise your hand if you're voting no on this item. Director Arusha, any other no's? Seeing none, so this will pass 14-1. Thank you. Moving on, we're going to go to item J, which is the 2026 GM CEO short-term goals. For the Board of Directors to approve to the General Manager and CEO performance framework adopted in January 2024 in alignment with the Board's employment agreement with the GM CEO, the proposed short-term SMART goals for the performance period commencing January 1st, 2026 and continuing through November 8th, 2026. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Guzman.
Guzman is the mover. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm going to give it to Gucci. Guzman as the mover, Gucci as a second. Any discussion on this? Yes, Director Banker.
Yes, I have a question for our CEO. Over the past 5 months of this year, our ridership numbers are down 6.4% from the same period last year. Can staff please explain why our ridership numbers are down 6% instead of going up? Because I know we've added more service. I understand it's going to take a little bit of time for the new service to be utilized and people know it's there and start using it. But why are our ridership numbers lower? Can anybody answer that?
I would also just remind we are in discussion of the GMCO's short-term goals.
The 3%, the measure number 2 is 3% increase.
Mhm.
So I can add that. But right now, for this year's short-term measures was also 3% and we're down -6.
Ms. Johnson, would you like to comment at this time?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question, Director Banker. So it's hard to pinpoint. I can't say why they're down. There's a myriad of different external factors that I believe are contributing factors, recognizing that you talked about the past couple months, recognizing that we have been doing some critical work as we move forward in reference to asset renewal, preventative maintenance, track inspections, and things of the like. We just lifted the slow speed orders just 2 months ago. That was a contributing factor, as we clearly know from survey data as we engage with via intercepts. Additionally, as we look at what's happening in around the downtown as well, contributing factors in reference to vacancy rates and how people are now working just collectively. I actually just met this morning with the president and CEO of the Downtown Denver Partnership, and we were talking about the various aspects and some initiatives that we're working on to entice people to want to utilize transit once again from the vantage point that people traditionally aren't utilizing it to come into downtown. As you think about the downtown area plan, the Denver downtown area plan, recognizing that office workers, basically there's about 158,000, but maybe only about 65,000 are coming into the office, and that's not 5 days a week. There's different initiatives that they're taking under relative to lease renewals and incentivizing that from the Downtown Denver Partnership. And so there's different elements that we can contribute, but you can look nationwide. There's just been various articles, and I believe Secretary Nicholson sent out one today that was featured in Bloomberg. This is not indigenous to the Regional Transportation District nor Denver. Our colleagues at TriMet that serve the greater Portland area are making some harsh adjustments relative to service cuts and things of the like due to the fact that the ridership is not there, transit utilization by a myriad of different factors. So that's what I have to offer up to you. I can't say for certain what that is. We have not done a causal detailed analysis, but those are critical elements that have been germane throughout the North American continent relative to service. Basically, United States has been harder hit than others.
Okay. Even the A line is down 12%. So I am still puzzled as to why our ridership numbers are going down instead of going up, since we are putting more service on the street. I think it's just really important. We all had our retreat. We all agreed that ridership increases were very important to us, the most important thing that we wanted to work on as a board. And so I do believe the 3% that's talked about, mentioned in the short-term goals that we have before us is still too low. There are many things that we could be doing to increase ridership. I would hope that we start working on those, things like special events, doing some sort of marketing program, trying to find out why people have almost given up on us. I've heard so many negative comments up in the northern part of the RTD district. There's such frustration in terms of not getting service and so many other issues. So I'm going to be a no vote on this. I feel that RTD, we can do much, much better. And the first thing we have to do is fix this minus 6.4% hole that we're in, and then try to figure out how we can go up, hopefully another at least 5%. So I just find this information disheartening. And I would just hope that all of our managers really dig down and try to figure out how we can get this thing fixed, because we've got to get RTD running again and getting people using RTD again. So with that, there are my remarks.
Thank you. Any further comments? Director Nicholson?
Yes. So to piggyback on what Director Banker just spoke about, I think it is noteworthy that, like, we have only a 2% decrease in our fixed route regular bus service, 6% increase in Flatiron Flyer service. That's the one service where we're seeing a significant increase year over year. And then as Director Banker pointed out, nearly a 12% decrease in A-line ridership, even though the other heavy rail lines, the G and the N line, are both around 1 or 2%. So I do think that there are meaningful trends in these numbers that are unique to the specific services that we're talking about. There are people who want to take the FF even at a time when maybe they're pulling back from some of our train services and certainly from our light rail. My concern with this item in the short-term goals is that, as Director Banker pointed out, there is a disconnect between what the GM and CEO can actually have control over and what the output is. And we're running, and since this is I have a question and then I have a motion for GM CEO Johnson. How many additional service hours are we running now compared to last year? What is the increase in service hours that you're delivering in 2025? Put it in whatever terms is easiest for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Nicholson. I don't have that number off my head. It's late in the day. I've been here for 15 hours, so I'll have to ask staff. Mr. Carter, do you have that information off the top of your head?
It is late for me as well. Jesse Carter, Senior Manager of Service Development. And looking at the changes that we were proposing for January, May, I believe we're at 55,000 annualized service hours increased in 2024. What I don't have is what, on the top of my head, is what was August, and that number I can get for you.
Appreciate it. Okay. So to that point, may I, Mr. Chair? So to that point, I believe that it's much more effective to frame this goal in terms of what we have all talked about and what I have heard from every single person here, which is more service. We want more buses on the streets. That is the thing that I have heard from every single person here. And so I think incentivizing ridership is totally up to the whims of the public in ways that I have no idea whether or not it's actually going to be conducive to something that the GM CEO can control. So I'm going to make a motion to amend short-term goal number 2 to say to increase system-wide service hours, revenue service hours by 3% from the period commencing October 1st, 2025 and continuing through September 30th, 2026 over the previous year.
Do we have a second? Amendment fails. Thank you. Any further conversation? Kim? Director Banker indicated that she would be a no vote. Treasurer Banker? Yes or no? Director Busick,
Yes.
Director Catlin,
Yes.
Director Chandler,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guccianoder,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Harwick,
Yep.
Director Larson,
No.
Director Nicholson,
Yes.
Director O'Keefe,
Yes.
Director Pagliari,
Yes.
Director Rusha,
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
I'm also yes. The motion will pass 13 yes, 2 no. Moving on, we're going to go to the access on-demand contract extensions as requested. We would be sending this back then to OSS based on the conversations that we had earlier in the night.
So the motion would be to commit the item back to OSS.
So I'm making that motion. Do I have a second? Director
Second.
Rusha. Director Rusha has a second. Any discussion on that?
I just have a question. I'm sorry.
Director Chandler?
Would we be able to put a time frame on that? Because obviously, to GMC's point, this contract needs to happen sooner than later. So I would suggest that we perhaps put a time frame on that, just so that we can make sure that this is done before the actual contract.
I don't want to speak for the CEO GM, but
I
September
would
would
ask
be
them.
the ideal time, correct?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's my intent that it would be September and be coupled because then we'd understand what was happening from a program modification vantage point. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question.
So,
Further question?
Yeah,
Director Campbell?
continued clarification. So this would be on the OSS agenda in September for a vote and then get back to the full board in September as well?
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, it would go to the Operations Safety and Security Committee on Wednesday, September 10th. And based upon the action that the committee would take, if it was favorable, it would come before the full board at the September board meeting.
And that's in plenty of time to make it happen?
Ms. Johnson?
So relative to a contract extension, the contract sunsets in December. We're looking at September. That would be the latter part of the month, and we would have 2 months to do that. And with the holidays coupled, we will try our darndest.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
making sure we're all on the same page.
Oh, appreciate it. Any other discussion on this? Are there any no votes to basically send this to OSS again? Or not again, but to OSS? Thank you. Okay, those are our recommended action items. Moving on to other matters. Sorry, we're going to skip director activities. So when it comes to other matters, I'm actually going to take my chair's privilege real quick, and this was part of my chair's report, and this would be a moment to recognize an incredible public servant to this organization and many more communities throughout Colorado, and that is to recognize the life and dedication to former Director Marjorie Sloan. So Marjorie and I got on the board at the same time. We both got elected back in 2020. My interactions with Marjorie, always kind, always positive, always empathetic, but always knowledgeable, bringing experience, being rational in her decisions, and acting as a great mentor for all of us who are new to this public service. And I'd be remiss if I wouldn't give it to our former chair, Director Geisinger, to share a couple words regarding former Director Sloan.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with all you said. I'll keep this short. If you haven't read Marjorie Sloan's obituary, anybody listening to this, you should Google it. It's very inspiring. She excelled at everything she touched. She was named Teacher of the Year when she was a young teacher back east, and she was graduated third in her law school class when she had young kids at home. She was almost every job it looked like that you could have in the city of Golden, including being mayor for 8 years. And she served with us from January 2021 to 2025. In board meetings, Marjorie was very selective when she spoke, but when she spoke, you knew it came from a place of deep understanding and knowledge. And when I was chair in 2023, I started calling her for the same reasons that the chair mentioned, that she had so much experience, and she was always very helpful, and we became friends. Marjorie believed that transit and transportation were important in building community and in taking care of people. And she always kept her eye on the RTD's bigger role in achieving the region's air quality and climate goals. And I'll just mention 2 things in the last 2 weeks that she had her hand on: the Civic Center station policy that led to us naming the Way Blank Civic Center. And just days before she died, the Lakewood City Council approved an agreement with RTD to relight the iconic, light rail bridge that Marjorie had worked hard to help put together. So she left the world a better place, and we'll miss her.
Thank you very much for those words, Director Heiser. Dr. Ruscia.
Thank you. Marjorie Sloan was my colleague, my mentor, and my friend. Her favorite color was yellow, which I think is fitting because Marjorie brought warmth and light to every community she served. And she helped people, including myself, find clarity when things felt stuck or dark, whether it was policy or just life. I've caught myself reaching for my phone more than once in this last week, wanting to ask her what she thinks the board should do next. I'm sure I'm not the only one tonight who had that feeling. I need to stop because it's late and because I don't like talking about Marjorie in the past tense. So Marjorie, if you can hear me, I love you, I miss you, and I can't wait to hang out again.
Thank you, Director Ruscia. Now I'll offer a moment of silence for Director Ruscia. Or sorry, Director Sloan, my apologies. My apologies. My apologies. A moment of silence for my apologies. My apologies. I know Director Sloan would probably be laughing at me about that, so she would be giving me a pretty hard time on that. So.
Take a moment of laughter.
So, and you know what? On that note, Director Whitmore, I think a moment of laughter is more appropriate for our former director. Thank you. Okay. Any other matters? Well, thank you all for your patience tonight. I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate this conversation and us doing our public due diligence. Everyone have a lovely evening, a lovely break. Motion to adjourn.
No move.
I heard many. Have a great night.
Yeah.